Good evening, everybody. Welcome. I call to order the November 26, 2018 meeting of the Victoria City Council. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, adopt the agenda. Doug, council, any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I move that we adopt the agenda. Is there a second? Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to remove item 5F.
I'll second that motion. Go ahead. Why?
I think this is going to be an extremely contentious issue. I think it's going to create quite a firestorm. I think the residents have spoken loud and clear. They want the bickering, they want the fighting to stop. This is going to be more of the same. I don't think we're going to accommodate or manage what we're trying to do here. I think there's other ways we can address some of these issues that are going to be brought up there. And we're at kind of a critical moment here where we're going to be launching a search for our new city manager. We don't need this kind of stuff out there. We've been put on notice by the League of Minnesota Cities that we need to look for ways to come to consensus on things and stop the bickering. I just feel that this is inappropriate this time, and I feel it would be much better brought up with the new council.
Other comments?
I think for all those exact reasons, it should be on the agenda.
Any other comments?
I think we could have a civil conversation. So I think it'd be constructive, and let's just talk civilly and constructively, and I think it could be a decent conversation.
Any other comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Did you mean to vote in favor of removing?
He just voted in favor of removing it.
No, I voted in favor of keeping it.
His motion was to remove it. So we'll redo that. That's fine. If there was confusion, we'll redo it. The motion that was seconded was to remove item 5F. I call again for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Motion fails 3-2. Next item. At this point, I move that we adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Agenda is adopted. Open forum. I have two items in front of me. First, Sarah Kuhn, item 5F.
I thought I would speak at the time of 5F, not at the open forum.
No objections, council.
It's fine.
The next is Katie Harper, 5A. Katie, if you don't object, it's the first item on the agenda. Can we just wait until we get through some of the housekeeping to do that? All right, thank you. With that, consent agenda. Does anybody want to remove anything from the consent agenda? Going once, twice? I move we adopt the consent agenda. All in favor? I'm sorry. Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda is adopted. Okay, new business. 5A, Kara.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. That suddenly seemed like it came up really fast. Looked like there was a lot there before it. All right, this item is on the agenda specifically related to some stop sign requests that the City Council has received to install stop signs at the intersection of Lakeside Drive and Woods Drive, and then Lakeside Drive and Sorrel Court. So just to orient everyone where we are, right here is Victoria Elementary, here's County Road 11, and Marsh Lake Road to the south. So we are south of Wasserman Lake in the Lakeside Estates neighborhood and the Laketown neighborhood. Whenever city staff is contacted with stop sign requests, we review those stop sign requests in accordance with the adopted city council policy. We do get several inquiries about what it would take to install a stop sign each year for reasons pretty similar to the ones that were described in the agenda item related to these particular intersections. Both stop sign requests were evaluated against the city's policy, and both, you have the full detailed policy in your packet and the full detailed warrant analysis in your packet. This is just one page of the warrant analysis that specifically deals with petition warrants for local residential streets by city administrative policy. So this is intended specifically for stop signs such as the ones being requested here where they're in residential neighborhoods. So the policy lays out criteria to be considered when evaluating if a stop sign should be installed. And just to state the obvious again, the purpose of a stop sign is to establish who has the right-of-way at a particular intersection. So the policy is designed to create uniformity for where stop signs are installed, so we aren't just putting them up all over the place. The policy itself is consistent with the Minnesota Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, too, so it is based off that. In both cases, going through the analysis, warrants were not met for installing a stop sign in either location. And you have all more information of that on in your council packet. But the other thing that I did include with the council packet is the results of a stop sign compliance study that the city participated in last year. We were actually one city that was providing data to a research study that was being conducted that looked at stop signs throughout the metro area and a city in North Carolina, too, interestingly enough. But to the findings that I want to highlight from that compliance study is looking at some specific examples of intersections that might be similar to the intersections that we're looking at tonight. So the first one is Woodstone Drive and Woodstone Lane. What the work that was done was evaluation was conducted at the intersection to see how many people actually stopped at the stop sign. In the case of Woodstone Drive and Woodstone Lane, 0% of the cars came to a full stop at the stop sign. 60% rolled through the stop sign and 40% didn't stop at all. So this is a three-way stop, and so what that's indicating is that 40% of the cars at the intersection just drove right through the stop sign without even stopping or rolling through it, which you see fairly often. The second location is Narcissus and Linden Lane. So this is Allegheny Grove 4th. This is County Road 18 on the south. Same situation here where 0% of the cars stopped. 0% came to a full stop. 68% went through with a rolling stop, and 32% didn't stop at all for the intersection. Same situation where there's always stop control in all directions. These other two examples are two-way stop control conditions, so not the same as what's being asked for here. County Road 18 in Cochia is over on this side of the picture here, so that's when you're coming out of Holy Family. Coming up to County Road 18, there was much better compliance with 34% of the cars stopping at the stop sign. But again, still had 8% that just want to make their way through. This is part of the reason why we talk about if you're adding a stop sign where they aren't warranted, you have the potential to make the intersection less safe because people have an expectation that cars are going to stop at a stop sign. And if you find that they don't, that certainly could be risky for a pedestrian traveling in the area. So the City Council has two options. The first one is to deny the request because neither location meets the warrants outlined in the city's adopted administrative policy for stop sign warrants, or of course, secondly, the option number 2, the City Council could motion to approve the request to install the stop signs at the requested locations. Certainly kind of beyond these two things, the City Council could choose to amend the adopted stop sign policy if you don't feel the criteria are appropriate. Or you could, of course, eliminate the stop sign policy, and we would have to just decide what our process would be for reviewing those requests when they come forward. So with that, I opted to keep it short, but certainly can answer any questions you might have.
All right, before we get into that, I think it would be appropriate for Katie to speak as the residents here, and then we can have a council discussion. Katie, just very quick, you're speaking for a group of residents?
The Lakeside Estates and Woods of Wasserman, and then also you're speaking to the Sorrel Court.
So-
So I'm going to speak as well, and I guess I didn't realize I had to put my name on.
That's fine. If you would both come up, your name, an address for the record?
Sure.
Can I ask one little thing? Is everybody who is following or who is part of the groups that these two individuals are representing, could you just raise your hand? I just want to kind of get a feel for, okay.
Keep them up for a moment, please.
Good for you.
All right, just for the record, there's about 35 roughly residents in addition to the two people up here speaking. So for those of you that are listening and watching online, there's a lot of people here that, and I assume that both of you are speaking for these other folks?
Yep.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right. Katie Harper, 2530 Woods Drive. Mayor Funk and members of the City Council, I'm here tonight representing the neighborhoods of Lakeside Estates and the Woods of Wasserman Lake to speak about our concerns regarding traffic in our neighborhood and more specifically to review proposed solutions. We have two main concerns. The first is the blind intersection at Woods Drive and Lakeside Drive, and the second is the amount of total traffic on Lakeside Drive, due to this being the main artery road in and out of several neighborhoods encompassing over 300 homes and a potential 600-plus cars per day. We are a neighborhood of young families with dozens of children ranging in age from newborn to college, with the majority of these being younger than 10 years old. We all moved to Victoria and to these neighborhoods that we could live in a community where our kids could be safe, where they could make friends, where we could use amenities like Lakeside Park, Wasserman Lake, and our association pool, where they could walk or ride their bikes to Victoria Elementary School when the weather is favorable, where they can run from our house to their friend's house to the bus stop, and we wouldn't have to worry about them being hit by construction traffic or a neighbor who is unable to see them around a curve in the road obstructed by a neighborhood sign. And yet, as a mother of two young boys, I'm constantly in a panic when we're headed to the park or to the pool or to a neighbor's house because of the amount, speed, and difficulty seeing traffic traveling westbound on Lakeside Drive until they are too close for my kids to make a safe decision. We've amassed signatures from over 50 of our neighbors in support of a four-way stop sign at this intersection. Kara has been generous enough to evaluate this intersection and has been clear that today it doesn't meet the agreed-upon city criteria for a four-way stop. And while I understand this criteria and concern around placement of a sign that people might roll through, I'm willing to take that chance that someone might roll through a sign rather than watch people whip around the curve traveling so fast and being so hard to see that my 5-year-old never even saw them coming. I understand it's within your power as a council to place a four-way stop sign and a stop-ahead sign on the east side of this intersection regardless of this criteria or the staff's report and recommendation to decline our request. On behalf of my neighbors and, more importantly, my children, I urge you to deeply consider leveraging this power. Our neighborhood needs it, and my kids need it. The second issue is how we might reduce the amount of traffic on Lakeside in total. We believe that direct access to Marsh Lake Road from the meadows of Wasserman Lake and Lennar Newer Addition neighborhoods needs to be expedited. It is unreasonable to have more and more residential development approved and started without this infrastructure in place. Not only do we have to worry about the increases in residential traffic, but the construction traffic is out of control. We constantly have trucks and large equipment speeding through Lakeside and compounding the issues I mentioned earlier. Marsh Lake needs to be paved. There needs to be direct access to these new residential developments. Every day I see more and more houses being built with nowhere for these cars to go except Lakeside Drive. This needs to be remedied as soon as possible. We want to better understand the city and county's plan to pave Marsh Lake and to provide direct access from these neighborhoods to Marsh Lake Road. On behalf of my neighbors, I thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to hearing your proposed solutions on both of these matters.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Yep, absolutely. My name is Chris Simonson. I live at 8942 Lakeside Drive. And I am here on behalf of the 35 occupied homes of the Laketown 9th Edition to request the additional stop sign at Lakeside Drive and Sorrel Court, making the intersection a three-way stop. This request is primarily for the safety of the 57 children that live in our neighborhood, 41 of which are 10 years of age or younger. When the Lakeside extension was completed, it exponentially increased the traffic going through our neighborhood. Individuals are using it as a direct access to County Road 11. And it has created not only an unsafe neighborhood, I believe, because of the speed at which people are traveling, but has created the unsafe intersection at Sorrel and Lakeside Drive. The intersection itself is I would say it's not at the top of a hill, but at the top of a peak. You have to go around a bend from the west side and also from the east side. When approaching from the west side, it's a more of a sharper bend. It makes it hard to see cars coming if you're exiting on Sorrel or if you're a pedestrian crossing the intersection. There's a house being built on the corner, which is additionally going to add some problems as far as like seeing the intersection when exiting or approaching the intersection if they ever do landscaping, depending on the landscaping that they do. The increase in volume of traffic is also concerning because of the lack of access to Marsh Lake and for the fact that Marsh Lake just isn't paved quite yet. As any neighborhood, we have kids riding their bikes in the street. We have, they're playing in front yards, close proximity to the roads. They're running from house to house, which includes across the street. My kids always run across the street. I always ask them if they're to look for cars, before they cross the road. They say they do, but I don't know if they actually do. I get that the stop sign policy doesn't support our need for a stop sign. We miss out on all 8 of the sub-warrants of Warrant C, but I would say that we're very close in our particular intersection as far as meeting those criteria. And the speed trailer has been on Lakeside Drive and has given us statistics, and the statistics are fairly good. We're not getting a lot of speeders, but the 30 miles per hour through a neighborhood, even though that's the speed limit, if you're going 25 and you're in your front yard with kids playing, that still seems really fast. And so, I get where we need to use the stop sign policy. We need to use observations as Carver County Sheriff, and we need to use the speed trailer to make an objective decision. But, it doesn't pass the eye test. If you're standing there and your kids are playing in the front yard, and a ball goes into the front yard, there's a heated game of tag going on, where a kid, runs into the street to escape his friend, and we have one distracted driver, unfortunately, that's going to create an accident that nobody wants to see. Going back to the stop sign warrant analysis, I think warrant 1C is the intersections within 1,000 feet of an elementary school. Now, I don't know how it's necessarily measured, if it's used by the road or as the crows flies, but as the crows fly, the intersection of Lakeside and Sorrel is only about 1,200 feet away from the elementary school. Additionally, warrant 4C is the site requirement due to obstruction. With traffic approaching from the west, going up the hill with a sharp bend, traffic's obstructed already, not to mention that there's a house being built. Right now there's construction equipment in the way, but at one point in time there's going to be a house in the way and possibly landscaping. And then finally, for going to the warrants and the stop sign policy, warrant C6, part of the intersection is a driveway for a residential property. Now, there isn't a residential property exiting directly into the intersection, but there are 2 driveways within 40 feet of the intersection, right? And looking at the speed deck, or the speed data deck on page 2, right? That's where they were capturing vehicle data traveling the extension, traveling east. This had the highest percentage of speed violations, and the highest speed recorded was 40 miles per hour. So I'm sure these individuals, even though they're not here tonight, would like to see traffic slow down before this intersection because they're taking a gamble every time they exit their driveway when they're backing out of their driveway because it's right there. So, staying on that speed deck summary, and to kind of reiterate what Katie was talking about, there is the increase of traffic. The speed trailer was parked halfway between Sorrel and Lakeside, and it was capturing traffic heading east, right, which means that it was capturing all the traffic, even including Sorrel Court, using the intersection. And almost 2,000 cars had passed in the 7 days. That's 280 cars per day, right? And it's not going to get any better because there's still 100 properties yet to be built in the two neighborhoods of the Woods of Wasserman and the Meadows of Wasserman. So it's not going to get any better until Marsh Lake is paved, and until there's an access to Marsh Lake from Creekview Drive. So this isn't a permanent solution, but at the same point in time, after researching and spending countless hours on this is the most attainable and reasonable way to kind of control traffic going through the neighborhood, which is uninhibited right now. And so it's like a county road as people are using it for access to County Road 11. So, I essentially that's all I have to say on it. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate you adding this to the agenda. And, I just ask for your empathy when making your decision today. So thank you very much.
So,
Could I add just one question?
Yeah.
There's a big white storage container right on the corner of Sorrel. Is that creating more of a problem than?
Well, it's not helping. I can tell you that.
That really is blocking.
I was going to
It
raise
is.
that too and ask the city
Yeah.
manager to see if staff could ask Lennar to move that because it is a very dangerous obstruction.
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Yep.
The council may have some more questions, but let me begin the discussion. Group of residents asked me a while back to come out, and so I met with roughly 25, 30 people at one of the residents' homes where we talked about this. As part of that process, I then went out and got permission from one of the neighbors, and I actually parked in their driveway for an hour and watched traffic going by. And what I saw, witnessed myself, mirrored the data that was captured by the speed sign. But what isn't captured by that data is the fact that as I was sitting there, I saw some construction vehicles that were clearly driving well under the speed limit, very attentive drivers, and they were clearly construction vehicles because they were like HVAC trucks. And it was great to see that. But what the data didn't show is I also saw what I assumed to be two construction workers because they were wearing an orange vest that were clearly driving much faster than the other vehicles. I didn't have a speed gun, but in relative to the other vehicles that I did see pass. And both of these young people were on the phone driving through the neighborhood. And where I was sitting, there were kids about a half a block down that were playing on bikes and coming in and out of driveways. So the data doesn't tell the whole story. Further, I think the city council helped create this when we approved the other additions without the access road to Marsh Lake Road. And so given the fact that if you look on the map that's up now, the Lakeside Drive and Woods Drive, if you go south from the left circle, down at the end of that road is where the neighborhood park is. So anybody that's up on the north side of that circle, right, they're going through that intersection, kids on bikes and others, to get to the neighborhood park. There's a lot of kid traffic, and if there are people that are driving and speeding, I don't think a four-way stop sign, is going to hurt us at all. So even though the policy says no, I'm a fan of putting in stop signs at both of these locations because I did drive all of these. I also spent on another day another hour out there. I actually met up with the deputy, and we talked about things that they've seen. And when I drove those routes, it is if you're not paying attention, you can quickly come around the corners, and there could be a little kid that's on a bike, and so the opportunity for accidents is there. So I would definitely support approving this as an exception to policy because we don't have the access to Marsh Lake Road to get that construction traffic off. And to the second point that Katie brought up, I did ask Mr. Reeder before about looking at that temporary access that we have for the one development and improving that so that we could actually get more traffic going there. We don't have the ability to force construction vehicles to go there. But I actually drove it in my car, and it was a pretty big dip. You couldn't use it, I don't think, without doing some improvements. Has the staff had a chance to look at that? Is that something that you had a chance to evaluate?
Mr. Mayor, I think Karen and I did talk about that. Karen, do you have any comments on, there's a great deal of cost in doing that, but
Correct. I haven't done any sort of engineering work associated with upgrading it. If the council wanted me to do so, we would probably need to see if we can, I'm seeing if Peter Knabley's here, if I've gotten the record drawings in from that development, then we would have some data available to us that we could try to do some preliminary engineering on that dip that you noted would need, essentially if we're going to allow the public to drive through there, we would need to meet some minimum standards of safety in terms of being able to get through, and there's some water we need to work with. So I'd have to do a little engineering and put together a little cost estimate if that's something the council wanted me to look
Right.
at.
Let me be clear, too, on what I was thinking, what I was asking. I'm not looking for a paved road. I'm looking for a temporary improvements on that road until such time as we get Marsh Lake and build the permanent connections to Marsh Lake. And as part of that, the idea would be minimize costs all throughout, no paving, just a gravel road that construction vehicles, we could ask them to use that because it's right where it comes out on Marsh Lake Road. If they're heading south, they take a right, they get onto the paved part of Marsh Lake Road, and they can exit out that way out to 43 and down to 10. But with that big dip, it probably can't be used. So I'd be curious to find out what options are available in order to see if we can make that temporary access a little bit more usable, and then ask all of the people in the construction vehicles when the builders come in for the building permits, actually hand them something that says, hey, we'd like your vehicles and all of your subs to use this entry point and exit point instead of going down Lakeside Drive, to at least divert what we can. Again, we can't order them to do it, but we can at least ask them to do it. So just a couple of thoughts on this. I think we should do it. We're here to support the residents. They've asked for this. I don't want to see an accident. I think we approve it as an exception to policy with the condition that when the Marsh Lake Road gets paved and the connections go on, the stop signs come back out. Council?
Every email I received from people in the neighborhood, I told them to ask for stop signs. So I'm a supporter of the stop signs. You don't have to proselytize me. I'm with you all the way. And but I'll say my piece anyway. Our administrative policy is good for structure. I'm an ex-accountant, so I like structure, but sometimes you have to just put it aside because common sense prevails. And this is one of those instances where common sense prevails. The school of thought on traffic containment in the city, the county, and the state is kind of sick. It's kind of school that says you should have 25-mile-an-hour speed limits in your neighborhoods. Everybody, or 30-mile-an-hour in the neighborhoods. Most of the neighborhoods have 30. And if you're a pedestrian or a parent, 30 or even 25 is terrifying. So it's also that kind of sick logic that we see County Road Victoria Drive, for instance. We've been told that we should increase the speed limit coming into town, not decrease it. And also that painted intersections for pedestrians give pedestrians a false sense of hope, so they're dangerous. So, I mean, I stopped believing in this religion a long time ago. So the logic we have on the stop signs is logical, but it doesn't cut it. So as far as I'm concerned, you should get your 2 stop signs. And I would go further and say that even when we get those exit roads, you should keep them. Because you need to keep this under control. You need to keep the speeds down. And your kids need to go to college instead of being, nipped in the bud. So I don't have anything else to say other than God bless you and good luck. I'm with you.
Councilmember Gregory?
I tend to agree with Councilmember Vogt. I think once they're in, maybe we could reevaluate them after the connections, permanent connections go in. But as far as automatically removing them, I think we should put them in, leave them in, maybe reevaluate them at a later date.
Thank you. Councilmember Striegel?
So first of all, thanks for speaking up and showing up in support of this. And I sincerely wish you wouldn't thank us. We work for you, right? We're here to you elected us to represent you. You don't need to thank us for taking the time to hear your thoughts. So I think, a stop sign policy is a good thing, but it should be a policy, a guideline. And I understand when we're talking about a major thoroughfare, a collector road, one that is designed to move a lot of traffic efficiently. I'm not sure that's what this road was intended to be. I think this is a neighborhood road. And so in a neighborhood scenario, I think we defer to the people who live there. I think they get a much stronger vote than a policy, and no disrespect to the policy. But I do think the policy should be looked at with the idea of sort of formally recognizing that voice needs to be heard. And although the data on that stop sign rolling through study is kind of discouraging, I would suggest that even a rolling stop, a slowing down, something of that nature is a whole lot better than just blowing through unabated. And so inherently safer in my mind. And I resist this idea that because it's hard, we shouldn't try. And if people violate the law, then there should be consequences. And I don't think that means we should not put a stop sign in place. I also think that there are ways that we can augment it more than just a stop sign itself to help create compliance. For example, where there's blind curves, there should be a pre-sign that says stop sign ahead. We've all seen them, they're out there. It's not, not creating anything new with that. And I do think, there's another side of the argument that says, and I've heard this said, I've personally witnessed it, but remember, if that stop sign's in front of your house, everybody that comes to a stop is then going to accelerate away, and there is noise associated with it. So you may want to keep an open mind in terms of down the road further, but I agree in terms of at least as a temporary measure to be monitored and then reviewed. When the neighborhood is substantially developed, there's less construction traffic, some of those things. I also think Lennar can be a partner here by increasing or adding some signage to the neighborhood, directing, if it's not already done, construction traffic to use that temporary access road. And that access road was a condition of granting that development request. It's not much good if it's not usable or used. So I think we need to work with them to ensure that they understand their role in getting compliance for all the contractors and the folks that are in there to build out the neighborhood. I also think, we talked about, somebody mentioned about cars coming through at 40 miles an hour and you're taking, a risk just backing out of your driveway. Blind driveway signs, again, there's opportunities to add additional kinds of signage that alert people to these dangers and inherently get them to the point of just slow it down. I know also we've received over the years a number of complaints around cars speeding through neighborhoods around Holy Family, and the thought was always that's all these kids driving through the neighborhood, but in reality it was their neighbors. By and large, it was the people who lived there. So I'll ask you all, please be a part of the solution, talk to your neighbors, take the time to make sure that you know each other and that they understand what it means to you as their neighbor to just drive more thoughtfully through the neighborhood. I also, and Kara, this is kind of a question for you. I agree. I walk my dog and there's places where there's no sidewalk or trail, and those are great for kids to ride their bikes on, but at some point they got to cross the road. So just simply saying, well, don't let your kid play on the road isn't really a viable answer. But when a car drives past you a few feet away and you're going even 25 or 30 miles an hour, that feels frighteningly fast. Things happen really quickly when you're sharing that space. So I'm wondering if there's a way to, if we can post the neighborhood lower, if 25 is a reasonable answer. I know you don't like this, but I'm.
No, I would love to, but we don't have the statutory authority to do that,
All right.
thanks to the state legislature.
And I guess my last, I think this is my last point, is that this provision or this warrant about, 1,000 feet away from a school. And I think the idea there is that there's a lot of kids on foot kind of going to and from school. So it's not 1,000 feet away, but it is all of the neighborhoods surrounding that school, which means there's a lot of extra traffic. And so the idea that there's all this extra traffic without any extra protection, to me, feels a little backwards. So those are my comments, and in summary, give the neighbors their stop sign is my vote.
Mr. Crowley?
Wow, what do I say now? I think about the only thing that I can say at this point in time is offer an apology that the citizens shouldn't have to go through this effort to get what is so intuitively obvious. One question that I think was asked that we didn't address directly, Kara, what are the current plans for, excuse me, County Road 19's paving?
Marsh Lake Road, so the last time the city council discussed it was a couple of months ago. Between the residents along Marsh Lake Road and some feedback from the council, there wasn't support to have a continuous median along the roadway, which is what the county would like to see there. So the county requested the consultant do some additional analysis, and so that additional analysis just came back in within the last 2 weeks, so it's now under review. We cannot construct any improvements any sooner than 2020 at this point, because right-of-way will need to be acquired in order to improve that roadway, and that's a 9-month lead time.
So I can only offer some advice here, because in one more council meeting, I'm done. And that advice is, let's quit analyzing and do something with Marsh Lake Road. With respect to this stop sign, again, I believe it's intuitively obvious. I would be in favor of amending or some modification of the current policy to make this easier to pursue in situations like this. Yes, there still has to be a policy in place, but there are times it's very important to help constrain the traffic. Thank you.
2 final points. I'm not opposed to leaving the signs in permanently. And then secondly, one of the things I learned through this process is I think we need to develop a documented process for how that data from those stop sign, or I'm sorry, from the speed trailer gets collected, processed, and then distributed out to residents wherever that's at. I'd like to see that process put together. And then finally, to address Councilmember Crowley's point about the policy. There is a bunch of policies that the new council will be looking at. I would suggest that we add this to the list. If we can make simple adjustments now, I'm not opposed to that. But there's going to be a whole series of policies that the new council is going to be looking at. And so if we don't get to it before then, we should have that added in. Finally, on Marsh Lake Road, it's my intention in the first quarter of the next year with the new council to quickly, as soon as we can, approve a design for Marsh Lake Road so that acquisition process can start, which hopefully will lead to the construction and the paving of Marsh Lake Road in 2020. So I've already said that on my Facebook page. I intend to follow through with that just as quickly as it can be coordinated and get in front of the new council. So, council, any final comments?
Yeah, one more point. Will these stop signs come with warning ahead, stop warning ahead?
Where? I can't see her. There she is. There's just a sea of people.
I know. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Ann Monke, Parks and Public Works Director. Generally, within the local residential streets, you do not see that type of pre-warning. It's something we certainly can look at. Again, it'll be another sign in somebody's front yard that the neighbors will have to deal with if that's the route you want to go.
And would you put a flag up on the signs when they
Yes,
first go up?
yes. When we install immediately, we usually put orange flags out that indicate, at least give traffic an indication that stop is there, a little more than just the stop sign.
And while you're there, would you want to give an estimate of when, in case it passes tonight, that they would be put up?
Sure. Generally, we have to, not generally, we always call in locates for sign installs, and that's usually a 3 to 4 day process. So today, if it's approved tonight, either by the end of the week or first part of next would be the first we can get those signs installed.
So unless the council has objections, I'd like to see stop signs ahead for the 2 stop signs that are located around the 2 curves. I think there's one at each of the intersection. The south, if you will, the southwest corner of Lakeside Drive in Sorrel. I'm trying to remember when I drove through there. I would ask Ann if you would go out, and again, as long as the council doesn't object, look at where those curves are and put stop ahead for when those signs go around those curves. And I think there's one other, I think the east intersection on Lakeside Drive and Woods Drive. It doesn't look like much of a curve here on the map, but if I remember right, you come around there, it pops up pretty quick, and that may warrant also a stop sign ahead. Council, any objections to that?
No, I would advocate for that, and also maybe do we need to make that part of the motion here is to work with the neighbors to figure out where those placements should be, and also if a blind driveway, or blind intersection warning is appropriate and desired by those folks, then I think that should be included as part of this as well. Just do it once and be done.
Okay.
So I move that we approve stop signs as requested, along with the condition that Ann work with the residents for location and number of stop-ahead warning and driveway warning signs where Ann and the residents agree it's appropriate. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks to everybody for coming in and all the hard work and putting the petitions together. Looks like you're going to get your stop signs. So, yay. Okay, next item. Pat, comprehensive plan?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Brad Scheib from Hoysen and Kogler here is going to present an overview of the comprehensive plan process and highlight any main changes that have occurred.
Can we wait?
Can you just wait a minute here?
We should have asked if there was anyone here.
Pat will be my
Paddle.
forward guy.
I can do it manual way.
Respond to the point.
Yep.
Highly formal.
Okay, name and position for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Brad Scheib. I am a principal planner with Hoysen Kogler Group. We're the consulting firm that has been working with the city to update the comprehensive plan. I'm going to give you a quick overview. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the comprehensive plan. We're using a presentation that was done to the Planning Commission last week as part of the public hearing, as part of the comprehensive planning process. I'm going to cover a little bit of an intro to comprehensive planning quickly, a refresher of our process to date, talk about some of the key components to it, talk about the Planning Commission and their public hearing response, and then kind of highlight some next steps. As part of this, I just want to emphasize what we're asking today is we're just introducing the plan to you. There is a copy of a resolution in the packet. That resolution is to authorize staff to formally submit the comp plan to the Metropolitan Council for the required review process. It is not to approve the plan. I want to make that crystal clear. It is still draft, and it will stay draft until the Metropolitan Council completes their review, and we bring it back to you probably first quarter, second quarter of 2019. So we're not at an approval process yet. We're still in that draft form. Next slide. Real quickly, what is a comprehensive plan? Comprehensive plan is a thorough document. It is comprehensive just by the name of it. It establishes a vision, it establishes a set of guiding principles that help us as staff. It helps you as council members make decisions about requests or make decisions about projects that you have in front of you. It is very high level. The things you just finished talking about with stop signs is a detail, but this establishes that high level direction about we want to create safe neighborhoods, we want to create safe transportation corridors and connectivity. It examines a range of conditions and existing conditions in the city to understand where's the community going. It looks at the physical and the development patterns of land use and built form, as well as the infrastructure systems that serve those neighborhoods, the recreational systems that make neighborhoods great, opportunities for jobs, etc. It is a policy document, so there's a lot of language in here that establishes goals and policy directions that help formulate decisions about projects. It also helps establish the basis for things like zoning and capital improvements. It also, one thing that a lot of people don't think about is it becomes a resource for civic organizations and other community groups. And so we create a big to-do list in this, and it's not just the city's responsibility to carry that forward, but it's also the city's responsibility as a whole to take pieces of this comp plan and help move it forward. Next slide. Why prepare a comprehensive plan? So we have a series of slides here that talk about the process and why we look at doing comprehensive planning. The one thing that's not on here is the reference to the state law. And the reason that's not on here is because I don't believe that's the most important reason you do comprehensive planning. You do comprehensive planning because it preserves and maintains the integrity of public and private investments, both sides. You do comprehensive planning because it helps you make sure you're establishing growth patterns in the roadway systems and the infrastructure systems in an efficient and a resilient way for years to come. It makes most efficient use of scarce public resources. And so comprehensive planning is done for many reasons. Yes, there is a law, Minnesota Land Planning Act, which was established back in the 1970s, that says every city within the metropolitan area and every county needs to do comprehensive planning. But the primary reason we do it is to meet the city's needs, not necessarily state law. We do check those boxes as we go through the process. Next slide. So why don't you go ahead and just hit the series of returns. So there is a 10-year regional planning cycle. One, it starts with the census data. When census is updated, we understand where the community is going from a demographic perspective. Then the region puts together their regional plan. This latest regional plan was called Thrive MSP. That's the plan that says here's how our region's going to grow. Each city then picks up from that regional plan and says here's how our city fits into that mix. Here's how the county fits into that mix. And all of the cities then are collaborating together to figure out how do those pieces come together because roads cross boundary, waters cross boundary, et cetera. And so the Metropolitan Council's role in all of this is implementing that Land Planning Act and kind of overseeing the collaborative effort of all. Go ahead and hit the last two slides. So that 10-year cycle is a recurring cycle. It is called an update because we're looking at that full system update. Every city, as they move through that 10-year period, you're going to be faced with amendments here and there. In fact, the day after we approve the plan, it's not uncommon that people come in wanting to change a piece on the plan document, whether it be a change in the map colors or whether it be a park idea here or there. We go back to those vision and guiding principles to help us determine is that the right change, because often it is, and you need that higher level direction to help you evaluate those. Next slide. Okay, one of the things that we use to begin our process is looking at forecasts. These happen to be regional forecasts that the Metropolitan Council provides. When we looked at the different ranges of growth projections for the city of Victoria, we felt that the regional growth projections are reasonable. Projecting population and household is get out your crystal ball, but it is an educated guess. There is a lot of assumptions that go into it. You'll see on the far right the employment, the 2017 estimate has a little bit of blip in it. I think that's just an error in the number, but those numbers were 2017 numbers provided to us by the region. The 2016 number is like 1,600 jobs, so I just think that's an error. We'll look into that. But the projections show amount of household and population growth by 2040, our job is to look at the land use plan and figure out how do we establish a land use pattern that accommodates that growth. One of the things that we learned through the engagement process in Victoria was the desire for more jobs. And so I will tell you the land use plan shows opportunities for a far more number of jobs than what the projections are. So if the economy should change and turn, we still have a fair amount of land that would accommodate a more robust job growth pattern. So the projections are simply reflecting what the regional projections have shown. Things may be different as you see the community evolve. Next slide. So our process to date, we began back in spring of 2017, and we started working through a steering committee, which has been a very good steering committee. We've had some very robust conversations about different ideas and concepts that have moved through the process. They've done a great job at pushing the word out, getting people engaged, and serving as sort of a conduit to the community. We've worked through the summer with a lot of community engagement. You can see some of the community engagement activities that we did on the right. We had very strong participation in this community. It was very good to see that. A lot of times we'll go through a community, and because it's such a big, comprehensive, hard to grasp thing and not dealing with the stop sign, a lot of people don't come out. But in Victoria, we had very good responses in all the activities that we did. We spent the summer of 2018 putting the plan document together and exploring concepts, and in the fall we've been working through refinements to that. We did present this draft to you back in June, I believe. There is a process that we go through to submit the plan to adjacent jurisdictions and affected agencies. Their review process is a 6-month statutory. They have 6 months to review, and that period ends for them on December 3rd. So go ahead, next slide. I should mention to you, I think I've got that later. So this is the vision statement. I'm not going to read it to you, but it talks a lot about balance. It talks about diversity. It talks about job creation. It talks about parks and open space, and it kind of boils all of those things into a paragraph. It's not the same as your brand, so those are different. But when we talk about City of Lakes and Parks, it's embodied in the vision, but it's also embodied in, next slide, the guiding principles. And so the guiding principles serve as those measuring sticks when you have a project come forward where they maybe want to do something that's not the same as what the land use plan shows. These are what we use to evaluate, is that a good project? And often it is a good project. So we have these 9 guiding principles. You'll see these thread throughout the plan document. Next slide. This is the map that most people will gravitate to in a comprehensive plan. It's the future land use map. The future land use map looks at how will growth occur in the city and how do we guide all of the parcels throughout the city. Things I just want to point out, we did do a lot of growth area planning for the 2 major growth areas. We called them the south growth area and the west growth area. That's where we expect to see the most new development occur. We worked collaboratively on a similar process, which I'll talk more about with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, to explore all different ways in which those areas can grow, which informed a lot of the land use decisions that we put into the plan document. Victoria's got a unique downtown. You know it better than me, but when you think about Victoria, when we talk about Victoria, oh, the downtown, that's what they talk about. You've got a great asset there. So we have a land use category just devoted to the downtown area. We identified a series of key nodes or activity centers, if you will, and they're just dispersed throughout the edges of the city. Those things are places where you're going to have your commercial services, your neighborhood services, your higher density housing that supports the job creation within those neighborhood services, as well as the viability of the commercial service. And then you'll see on the southeast area, an area where we've got some purple land uses. We call that an employee flex space. The idea behind that, and there is a component that the Planning Commission recommended that we do a little better job of describing, and that is that flex employment land use pattern be more about job creation and about high quality jobs. And so modifying the language a little bit to emphasize that point is one thing that the Planning Commission recommended. The Greenway framework is the last item we'll talk about. Let's go to the next slide. So we spent a fair amount of time and a lot of time talking with the steering committee about this and working with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District to establish this broad system of greenway corridors. The prior comprehensive planning in Victoria had this concept too. And so I would argue that we took that concept and we took it to another level. And we started to really break it down into its pieces and talk about how it happens and how it gets implemented. The intent of it is many ideas built within this. One, improve natural systems, improve the overall quality of development, reduce the public expenditure. That's just as much about the operating costs for managing stormwater. If you can manage it into a broader system rather than all these different parts scattered throughout the city, there's a huge efficiency to that. Reduce developer time and cost review. We know that the development community is the one that ultimately builds things, and we need to make sure that whatever we propose works lock, stock, and barrel with the development community, and that's often a challenge. Reduce risk for development. That helps them as well. Align shared values between the city, the watershed district, landowners, home values. So there's a lot of reasons that this greenway concept can be explored. Next slide. We think about it in those 4 different boxes on the right in terms of what it does. Habitat. As we grow into rural areas, we hear many people talk about the rolling hills and the natural resources. How can we preserve a piece of that and make habitat coexist with future development? Recreation purposes. Can we link together parks? Can we link together schools and link it together with a trail network where people have the ability to recreate? Water quality, the big reason the watershed's involved in. How do we make sure we have the best water quality system and not a series of patches all over, but one that works in more of a greenway function? Again, efficiency and sustainability. And then transportation. Those corridors can help us link neighborhoods, link schools, and not just recreation-based, but also destinations for travel, whether it be downtown, whether it be regional trail corridors, et cetera. Next slide. So we break it into a series of tiers, if you will. Tier 1 are those things that are already protected by laws: wetlands, water bodies, floodways. Tier 2 are some other areas that maybe we don't have stronger protections in our codes: steep slopes, bluffs, buffer areas around wetlands, woodlands, et cetera. Natural resources we want to preserve, but maybe we don't necessarily have the ordinance tools in place to preserve those. And then the last part may be simply upland, developable land, but there are important connections. And so how do we stitch those 3 pieces together to create a continuous greenway corridor? Next slide. This diagram is a little bit difficult to read, but essentially what it's trying to show are all the different parts to the implementation of the greenway corridor, because there's many different ways you can implement it. So you can implement it through existing regulatory structure, again, those things that are protected by law. The second part of this is implementing it through development processes, using policies to preserve certain areas through the development review process, possibly a zoning overlay district, again, something that happens in the implementation side of it. Chanhassen has what they call the Bluff Creek overlay, where they use that tool to preserve certain resource areas, and they essentially transfer density, or they move density out of it. PUD negotiations. When someone comes in to do a development project, if they should choose the PUD process to be able to move density around and be more flexible with product type, in return, we can get some of those patches in greenway areas. Your park dedication and your trail dedications. Can you use some of your park dedication if you need a park in that location? Use it to help fill those connection points. Conservation easements and simple outright acquisition. There is a lot of dollars out there from a regional perspective in open space acquisition. The negative to some of those is that you lose development capacity. And so there's always a balancing act that you have to do when you go through this. All of that gets fleshed out in the details of how you establish those implementations tools, which would be a next step in the process. Next slide. So then this shows how that greenway corridor starts to look when you take that tier 1, tier 2. This is a very busy map, but it shows those different pieces when you zoom into the details of it. And we have all of this in GIS systems so that we can work with developers and property owners who are coming forward to do development projects. Again, we know that there's an economy that has to be an economy of scale that private property owners need to meet. And so we have to work with them to figure out how can those 2 goals and objectives mesh to make that kind of a greenway system work. Next slide. Parks, recreation, and open space is another chapter of the plan. So this meshes very well with that greenway corridor. On the left is sort of the green ribbon concept of trails that follow both roadway networks as well as the off-street network of open space and corridors. On the right, we know that there are a series of parks that will be needed as we see future development happen. And so those parks start to show neighborhood park locations to make sure that neighborhoods have adequate access to neighborhood parks. Infrastructure systems, transportation and mobility, sanitary sewer, water supply, surface water management, all of those things are technical systems then that we build around the comprehensive plan. Next slide. And then we have an implementation chapter. In the implementation chapter, has a large matrix put together that identifies the different action steps. Those action steps are built around advancing the policy directives and the goals, and they lay out who's responsible for doing them, a general cost idea, and a general time frame. And that implementation step is what we hope you as a council, advisory boards and commissions, civic groups who are looking at projects on an annual basis, they use this to help them figure out what should we do, where should we target resources. So that takes quick high level, and I'm here to answer questions. Comments received. So far we've received responses. We've received preliminary responses from the Metropolitan Council, from the Watershed District, from the DOT, from the cities of Minnetrista, Carver, and Waconia, and also Dahlgren Township. We've addressed anything that needed to be addressed already. Waconia had some suggestions about connecting road corridors, or trail corridors. Minnetrista, Carver, and Dahlgren Township didn't have any comments. The DOT didn't have any comments. And the Met Council's comments were very technical. Nothing that really affects, in my opinion, the policy direction of the plan, just things we have to have in there to meet certain objectives and requirements. We do have a few other jurisdictions we're waiting to hear from, Three Rivers Park District and a couple others. We hope to have those. Well, if we don't have them by December 3rd, then we're moving forward. But we hope to have those before the next meeting, and then we'll make all of those changes before we make the actual submittal to the Met Council. So the Planning Commission considered this in a public hearing. A few people got up and spoke. Pat reflected those in the Planning Commission report. Planning Commission has a representative here if you have questions for them as well, and there's some steering committee members here as well. But their recommendation was to move the plan forward and to add language highlighting a preference of a mix of housing within the residential areas, and that's simply a policy. It's not really strong in the current plan, but rather than having a project that comes in and has all the same product type in one large development, can you establish a policy that says we would encourage a mixture of housing product types and styles within a development project? And that helps with the whole sustainability of neighborhoods. Further clarification on the purpose of the employment flex, as I mentioned, talking about higher quality jobs and intensity of jobs within that flex district. And then it was recommended that there be an action added to collaborate with the school district around establishing a high school in Victoria. And I would generalize that statement to say collaborating with the school district for school facilities in coordination with future development areas, not just the high school, but any school facility. Next slide. So a couple other changes for discussion. One of the changes that we've talked about in the transportation plan, if you've reviewed the current draft document, we don't have a map in there yet that looks at future roadway projects. And you've talked about Marsh Road and County Road 19. This is the south growth area, and one of the things that we think we need to add to the plan document is a map that shows a future collector roadway. And the type of collector roadway, I think in this particular area, we need to be general about it so that we can work with developers of those areas. We know that there needs to be a road that's not designed as a local neighborhood road, and I think this will help with your stop sign issues. If you think about the design of that road, maybe there is some direct access to it, but we minimize it. The intent of it is to connect neighborhoods, get them out of the neighborhood onto those regional roadways. And so we think we need to have this graphic in here or something like this that shows those access points and that there's a connector road. That way, when staff reviews, subdivision reviews, or when property owners are looking to do a development project, they can incorporate some type of road facility like this into their plans so that we ensure that connectivity. And so this is a map that we'll add to the plan document before we make that official submittal. There are some land use changes. If you read your staff report, there are some notes of some things, and you'll see some comments that were submitted in the document. The Arboretum, there's some properties that were acquired by the Arboretum, and so we need to adjust those. Their long-term plans are not for development. There's a small parcel that we need to do some research with Three Rivers Park District that Carver Park Reserve shows it within their holdings, but it's a single-family home, and so we need to correct that. That comment was one of the comments that was submitted in your packet. And then the properties for Vogel and Welter on the southeast side of the city, they've submitted some land use changes. We have that land use pattern that you see there with a little bit of high density, some medium density around it. The whole intent behind that was to try to get that diversity of housing product types. They have some ideas as they move forward. We're probably going to see that want to change. And we haven't made any recommendation on that. We think the concept, as we've shown here, establishes that idea of a diversity of housing, but they're requesting something a little bit different, and so that's certainly something you can discuss. Next slide. I think that's all I have. So the next steps, we did have a Planning Commission public hearing, as I mentioned. We introduced it to you today at your December 10th meeting. Following the December 3rd, when the comment period ends, we would be looking for that recommendation to move the process forward with the resolution that was in your packet, to submit it formally to the Met Council before the end of the year. We'll be making a number of typos and grammatical error cleanups, one of which was referenced in there by the comments about the flex area. We set up to 8 stories. I think that was a typo. It really meant to be about 4 stories. I think that's where we're at, not 8. And then once we submit it to the Met Council, then it's in that review process, and then it will come back to you with their letter. Then we'll come back to you as a council at that time, depending on the comments we get. And any other changes or discussion items that come forward between now and then, which could still happen, we'll bring those back to you. It's your prerogative to remand it back to the Planning Commission if you feel that necessary, or even reconvene the steering committee. So there's still a lot of time for things to move around in parts, but we're continuing to move the process forward. I think that's all I've got. I don't know if staff, you have anything else. Otherwise, I'm here for questions.
No, I think Brad did a great job summarizing it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Crowley, comments?
No, just a question, I guess. You and a team of people have been working through this very diligently for a long time. Just curious, what were some of the most difficult things you ran into?
Well, I think I wouldn't say anything was extremely difficult. I think there's no right or wrong answer on many of the subjects you're looking at. There's better answers. And so I think it's a matter of landing on that. I think the difficult time is still to come in terms of working through those final details and managing some of the requests to change the land use as we move forward. Trying to get that greenway map and map all the pieces together was complicated. But I do think that the one thing that you have that's unique is this idea of that greenway system taken to another level, where you can start to really see how it comes together. And it's complicated, so one could argue that we've taken that greenway concept in a comprehensive planning process and gotten a little further into the weeds than you normally do. But I think there was a need to do that, and I think there will still be a need to do that as you get into the implementation of it, and really, how do you balance the needs of private landowners with the need for that public system?
Thank you. Mr. Striegel.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And I know you emphasize that doing this because we have to is not, at least not a good reason or not the driving reason to do it. But I do want to just dwell on that for a second, because in the past I know there have been misunderstandings about what it is and what it is not. And so I do want to make note that this is a plan that is required by the Metropolitan Council. It's, and while there are elements of it that certainly are beneficial, that we want to, we would want to do it independent of that, it is a requirement. But it is not the city's plan of action, right? It is, except as a response to development requests. Its purpose is to ensure that kind of as we grow up, we're still good friends and neighbors, and to the extent that it's possible, that the roads and the utilities and the infrastructure have a place when we all build out here. But it's when development happens. But it is not necessarily for us to cause, us, the city, the municipality, to cause the development or to participate in it. So again, I've seen comments in the past that, boy, the city's planning on doing all this stuff. And no, this is our way of saying, if and when this happens, here's how we're going to prepare for it so we're still all friends and neighbors when it's done. I do think it's important that we preserve, to the greatest degree possible, local decision making. It's our community, right? And I understand there are constraints put on us, but I think that's very important to keep that in mind. The Greenway, that's a big idea, and I don't know anybody really kind of grasped that from this presentation, but that's a big idea, and I think we would want to have a really good public discussion around that, and, you know, how the execution is contemplated and how that might be outlined in the plan. But importantly, this is a guide, right? And its necessary partner is common sense and flexibility, so that when the assumptions, which are necessary, don't play out exactly as we assume them, AKA the Great Recession, right? That we can still move forward in a positive way. And I also agree that all of this has to be balanced with private property rights, because there's a lot of assumptions in here that are sort of guiding and telling people what they can and cannot do with their private property, and that has to be top of mind anytime we make decisions like this. Thank you.
Mr. Vogt?
Well, first of all, I've looked at the plan. It's impressive. I think the committee and the consultants appear to be doing a superb job. I was involved in this 9 years ago, so I respect the process, and I think it's got to be very interesting and for those involved, and I would never trade that experience. Having said that, and looking at the plan and liking the plan, there's still a couple of little things that I have questions on. First of all, if I were a developer or a business person or somebody moving to Victoria, I should be able to just read this and kind of get an overview of what the orderly growth prospects are for Victoria. But one of the things I think that you could point me to it, but you know, if you look at the lime green area, which is the areas west and southwest and a little bit of northwest, am I depicting this right? Is that lime green to you? So the lime green areas, we're not building in those, we're not planning on those in the next 10 years. And I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying that as a person that would want to understand how this process fits together and how you, what the drivers for development and growth are in the growth areas, there should be something depicted in this plan where if I read it, I should understand why we didn't decide to expand in those areas. And if we do so decide to expand, what the drivers are. So to me, because to me, some of those areas are really look opportune. And so the question I'd have right away is, we decided to go south, like the force of gravity was driving us down there, but we didn't go west. And, you know, we're talking about finding a place for high school, and, you know, that implies that we're going to go west and that Laconia is coming toward us. So I would like to see something in the plan that describes the whole process. How did we come to the conclusion globally to where the growth areas are going to be? Is it just as simple as knowing where people want to sell their land? Or is it something deeper? So that logic and that narrative should be in the plan. So that's all I'm saying. And if you want to respond to that, fine. But as long as you can tell me you're going to put something in a plan.
Councilmember Boyd, I think, sorry. It probably is in the plan, but if you didn't find it very easily, we need to draw it out better.
Sure.
But the quick answer to that decision, there are many factors that go into the boundaries that you see there, and I'm going to wink at Kara here, because a lot of it's infrastructure based. There's a logical growth pattern based on a sequencing of growth and infrastructure.
The sewer.
Yep, sewer, water, as well as road improvements.
But
then
sewer could go west too, I understand.
It could, yes. And then the other side of it is the amount of land that we show accounts for those forecasts that we have, plus a little bit extra, which is just sort of a planning rule of thumb. We don't want to just plan for the growth, because then if it fills up, then we artificially inflate land prices if there's no. So what you see there will be then amended the next time you do an update, and you'll be adding more to it. But,
yes,
but yeah,
understandably
that
so.
if back to Councilmember Coley's, what was the hardest part? I think the hardest part is always where's that edge, and some people will want to be in, some people will want to be out.
it should be understandable for those that want to get credibility from this plan and want to
Yep.
use the plan.
Yep.
What is the criteria or the driver that decides where you draw that line? And how did you draw that line?
Yep.
And I know this is after the fact, but that's my question when I look at it and say, well, that's a very peculiar line. What determines that line, and why didn't you go west? And just talk about it. There should be some understanding in the document, so if somebody picks this up 4 years from now. So that's one item. The Greenway portion, I'm just curious, did you get the north, west portions of the Greenway? It kind of looked like it did, where you swooped up by Parley Lake and on the west side of Park Reserve.
Next one. So the northeast corner?
Yeah, the northwest corner. Very pretty area up there.
Yeah, so the other hard part, you hit on both of them. Okay, so there's probably more. The Greenway corridor, you see a burgundy line that draws the edge of the Carver
Yes,
Park
yes.
Reserve.
Yeah.
One comment I had to my staff about this was we should add existing park and open space systems as a whole, because that shows that whole park reserve is part of that open space corridor. It's already publicly owned, and there's a preservation orientation to it. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but certainly there are some corridors up there that are part of that Tier 1 or Tier 2, or the patches that would be look as development happens up there, which may be very long term.
Asked question, 82nd Street going east into Chaska, that's going to be developed at some point. Does the plan assume that that development occurs and there's an artery there that is feeding cars back and forth into Victoria? And is that dynamic involved in all of the assumptions?
Would you like me to answer?
I would.
So the transportation section of the plan, which was only, 1/4 of one slide that you just buzzed by, because people skip all the fun stuff in my viewpoint. But anyway, the transportation plan that we have as part of our comprehensive plan aligns with the county's transportation plan. We both use the same consultant to work on those elements, and we have one big giant fun traffic model that all ties together. Both the county's plan and the city's plan in the background assumes that 82nd Street would be upgraded from gravel at some point. It's probably worthwhile to note for the public, this is something that has been noted for the city council, but Carver County, Chaska, Chanhassen, Victoria, and MnDOT are about to embark on a mini sub-area transportation study that'll look at improvements to 82nd Street as well as Rolling Acres Road to try to establish what the prioritization should be for those improvements and how they fit together from an implementation side. But all of that information is encompassed in the transportation section.
Is it safe to say that in 10 years, 82nd Street will be developed?
So Chaska doesn't have any plans to have any development occur adjacent to 82nd Street, so the extension of County Road 18. So the challenge for that roadway has always been, historically, the city of Victoria has viewed it as a priority, but it has a pretty hefty local funding share for the cities of Chaska and Chanhassen, and it isn't a priority for them relative to the other county roads that they have in the city that are in areas that are much more populated than this ag area on one side and Arboretum on the other. So the answer to that will hopefully be established through the transportation study that would be getting kicked off after the first of the year. We'll have extensive public engagement and opportunity for elected officials to participate, and will take about 18 to 24 months to complete.
So, Kara, along 82nd Street, I guess that's south of the Arboretum, it's all listed as agricultural, and I guess the conversation that we've always had has been when one of those property owners decides to sell, and then the development will drive the road upgrade, et cetera, et cetera. Is that still, I mean, the county and the cities can have their plans, but again, if the people who own the land decide they want to sell the development for development, that can change all of that, correct?
It could, but it's on the, whatever Chaska calls it. It's in the area that they're not planning to serve with utilities in the near future. They're focusing their resources down in southwest Chaska, so those landowners aren't going to be able to develop if they don't have utilities available to them. So it creates a fairly complex question, but one of the things that's been discussed too is the section of Highway 5 that needs to be widened to 4 lanes between Rolling Acres Road and 41 would require full closure to build it. So one of the questions that the study will ponder, do we need to build that 82nd Street in order to build Trunk Highway 5 when we get around to building it?
So then similarly, and again, some of it could be much more short term if that happens, if it becomes the detour. But obviously, as 82nd Street is upgraded, it's going to have an impact on, that's on the east side of Bavaria Road, but it's obviously going to have an impact on traffic patterns west of Bavaria Road. So does the plan contemplate changes to County Road 18, whatever you want to call it, between Bavaria Road and 11 and then points west?
So the volume increases are anticipated in these various scenarios that the county transportation model evaluates. And it has some assumptions about which roadways get built. Even with 82nd Street constructed, essentially they put a model together that shows what improvements could be funded with the transportation tax that was approved. So you all saw that list of projects that were included in that. 82nd Street was one of them. It didn't result in a need for any significant upgrades to 82nd Street, but that'll be looked at in greater level of detail with this sub-area study, and we'll be able to have some more of those answers, whether there's simple intersection improvements that might be needed or not. But it is a 2-lane roadway that technically could handle 12,000 cars before it would need any upgrades.
And what volume is it handling today, approx?
A lot lower than that.
43.
It was like, who said that? Amazingly.
4,300.
4,300.
So the traffic on 18.
2040 is projected to be 5,300.
And
Yeah.
that's between Bavaria and.
Bavaria, which is west of Bavaria.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it could triple without any upgrades to the road. That seems a little challenging, but okay. Last question on this at least is, if requested, could Victoria Utilities serve 82nd Street east of Bavaria? And what would be the pros and cons of saying yes to that?
That is not a question I've been asked before, so I would have to
Because I think there's other parts of our city that
do
are
some
served by other.
engineering.
Right, like up by Minnewaska, those aren't Victoria Utilities, right?
Just the Tristan Heights neighborhood is served by Chanhassen. Everything else is served by Victoria. We don't have a trunk line extended over to those property lines, so we'd have to take a look at how much capacity our trunk system that serves this area runs up through this area, whether it would be big enough to take on additional flows.
We don't need to spend any more time on it, I was just curious. Thank you.
Mr. Gregory.
Thank you. Been a good process. I've enjoyed watching it come together. A lot of people had their hands on this project, so it's been kind of neat to watch. Just a couple questions quick. We have several letters in here from landowners and some developers, and they would like us to tweak this thing. I know this is still draft form. At what point do we address some of those issues?
Councilmember Gregory, I think you could address, we could begin to address those issues at any time. I think one of the things I mentioned when Councilmember Crowley asked about the challenges, I really don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer to some of these land use decisions. There's better answers. One that we feel from a staff perspective is better, but that may be contrary to obviously what landowners and developers may think, and that again may be contrary to what you as a council may think. So I think that's one where we as staff have talked, and we think the land use distribution that we've identified is sound for this. We have a difference in what has been submitted in the letter to tweak it. We think if we do proceed to tweak it, we should really analyze it a little closer. The tweak, particularly with the Vogel and the Welter property, which they're here today. So if they're have comments, certainly I would welcome those if you are interested in hearing those. But I think we need to look carefully at the flex land area, what that means if we remove that and make it residential, and what the implications are, and whether or not this is the right place to do that, or when they begin to submit a more concrete development plan, is that the right place to do it? Because their concepts could change in ebb and flow. So I think part of when we want to address it is when they're ready to make something concrete. If they are at that point now, then we should probably address it as part of this update.
But to your point earlier, this is a plan.
This is yep.
Plans can change.
And they will change inevitably.
And they will change. And what you're suggesting, or what the plan is suggesting, is that there needs to, that type of zoning or that type of use needs to be accommodated. It doesn't dictate that it has to be there.
No. With the exception that zoning and the comprehensive plan does need to be consistent with one another. And this is not zoning, this is the guide plan. Councilmember Striegel, sorry. Councilmember Striegel was a good point that he made that I probably should have made, and that is it as a guide. It's not the rule. The zoning ordinance becomes that rule and that law. And so when a development comes forward, very often that development is tweaking the land use plan a little bit, consistent with their growth policies and their zoning ordinance request or subdivision request. So if this project moves forward and if their project moves quicker into that preliminary platting process and we haven't solidified the plan by the first quarter after the Met Council's comments have come back, and we think it's a good decision to make that land use change, we can consider it before that time period. I don't believe that it has to be made before we submit it to the Metropolitan Council, because we believe that I did run some back of the napkin numbers to see what the implication is on some of the policy objectives that we have to hit targets. It does not impact our ability to meet the requirements for the density. It really just shifts things around a little bit, and we're still okay. So I'm not too concerned about what regional impact that particular land use change has. Want to add anything?
Thank you. Three quick comments. First, on 82nd Street, I've met with Mayor Mark Winchell of Chaska, and I've met with Mayor-elect Elise Ryan of Chanhassen, along with Commissioner Workman. We're already talking about things that try to find ways where we can collaborate between the three cities along with the county, specifically to 82nd Street and what options are available. There are some things, so hopefully we can come to some sort of a broad agreement that we can each then bring back respectively to our councils and to the county to get some movement forward on 82nd Street, because I think the sooner we do that, the sooner we have a legitimate shot at doing something on Highway 5. The second point, as a number of council members have said, there's a number of people that have made comments. For anybody that hasn't made a comment or looked at this, now's the time to get your comments into the city so that they can be considered before this gets done. And then finally, my third point, there's going to be a lot more discussions on the Greenway corridor. I've been having a lot of discussions with Bill Olson from the Watershed District on this. There's a lot of opportunities for connecting our trails. There's a lot of opportunities for applying for grants and other things. I would suggest if people have never been to Methodist Hospital, I don't suggest going to the hospital for that purpose. But if you go there, they did a greenway over there that took what was basically and this is not entirely accurate, but for sake of description, kind of a stream that had been boxed up and boxed in by cement and other things into not that it was polluted, but like an industrial stream. All of the nature part of it seemed to have been taken out of it. The greenway they did over by Methodist Hospital, they completely took all of that out and converted it back where it's a really nice, attractive area with trails and bridges and open spaces. That's the greenway concept in action and in delivery. If you go on a GIS map and go look at Methodist Hospital, you can see what that is. So I'm sure the next council, we're going to have a lot of discussions about that and duplicating that kind of an approach throughout here in Victoria. And I'm really optimistic. We got to get into the details, but I'm really optimistic that we can connect in through the waterways. A number of our trails that within the city today are not connected, but we can do it through this kind of a process, and that opens up additional funding sources for us. So a lot more discussions coming with that. At this point, is there a motion that we need to pass, or?
Mr. Mayor, you might have, there's a public here that are interested in making some comments about your plan.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be plenty of talk.
We're asking you to send this to Met Council at the next meeting, so it's not inappropriate to have some comments tonight.
Anybody have any comments? Go ahead, come on up. Name and address for the record, please.
David Gashok, 10100 Victoria Drive. First of all, Mr. Mayor, council members, I want to thank you for nominating me to be on this comprehensive committee. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. So we had a lot of good times. But I can tell you the number one hardest problem that we had was trying to figure out where do we put the densities, where do we put this puzzle together? And, with Brad's company there, they did an outstanding job and they gave us a lot of guidance. Okay, we got to get to this magical number, So we're like, okay, let's shift this around. And as many of you noticed, the maps changed constantly. Schmiegs, first of all, had a lot more high density. They went all to low density because that's what the landowners wanted. So for us, we're trying to get some diversity, and we all knew it's really what the public is buying. These developers, they're smart enough. They're going to build a product that people want. So we're doing this. Okay, what's going to sell? And I wish I would have been a little bit more educated. Talking to guys that are doing this stuff about like what's going on with Vogels and Welters there. And one of our, Scott can even verify this, one of our concerns was for high-density housing. And we were told by Ben at that point that we could do high density in the flex district. And we thought, okay, we got some, changing here. So now I'm starting to hear, no, you can't put high density there. That is just, for job creation. And, like I say, we're going by the guidance that's given to us. Okay. And then secondly, the one thing I'd like to comment on was very beginning of the process was with the streets and everything, how they're going to be running. And there's the proposed Collector Street going through the game farm, east, west, and whatever. And I brought up about the contours, how it's going to impact it. And Marsh Lake, I went out, I've never been on their property really, and I went and saw it, and I'm like, this is insane really, the way.
Real quick, I want to make sure that people know what you're speaking about.
The
Isn't
Collector
that where
Road.
It's really, really steep,
Yes.
the contours you're talking about, and the road was supposed to go through that spot?
Right.
Okay.
And it's just a lot of topography that's wooded, and you'd have to destroy it. So that's why that option really, after the consulting company took a look at it, they said, yeah, we didn't realize what's involved here. So that's, kind of was our concern about a major collector road going through there. And especially if you can't have access onto it. Because with a lot of these major collectors, you got certain restrictions probably, and you got to clarify that, Kara, with grades. Is it different for a collector street compared to regular street development? If there's state aid?
Generally, yes.
So and that was the other concern too.
Did you was the road eventually moved to avoid the most of that topography?
Well, what happened was the larger collector went to the south end. because it wasn't going to impact as much. That's more generally rolling. It doesn't have all the trees and the steep slopes.
Got it.
So, okay?
All right,
Thank you.
Anybody else? Name and address for the record, please.
Mike Sewell with D.R. Horton Homes, 20860 Cambridge Court, Lakeville, Minnesota. We had submitted a letter on behalf of ourselves and the Vogel family about their property that has it shown in the guide. I listened to what Brad said, and if it was just between Brad, us, and the city staff and city council and planning commission, I think we could get there. The one thing that concerns us is there's another agency that looks at this and reviews it. And I think we're going to struggle on the first day that we walk in there after you've adopted your plan that we're going to try to shift some of the land uses around. They're going to wonder why after one day of this plan being in effect are we making changes. And we've had this issue in other cities, and they control the sewer. No matter how much city says you can have sewer, until you get your permit from the Met Council, you can't connect to the sewer. So that's what they've done in other cities to control how they think the growth is. So our concern is just how do we work through it? Because as other people have pointed out, on this property, there's quite a bit of slopes, there's some wetlands. I think when you look at the greenway, you can see why the planning staff and the comprehensive staff and the planning commission all picked this area. There makes some sense, and I think there's actually ways to work around it by putting the ponds and stuff that we can get there. But just the high density right in the middle of this corridor is going to slow everything down going out there. Because if the high density takes longer to develop, takes more rooftops, more commercial, more industrial before people will come in and build it. So that is our concern, that right in the middle of the corridor where the sewer and water and the transportation needs to come through, you're going to put the thing that takes the longest to become to fruition. So.
All right, hold on a second. Pat, where's the Vogel property? Can you point that out on the map?
It's right there.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'm not sure I'm following what the concern is. It's here, medium-density residential is
Nope.
is what?
It's the high density. We have concerns with high density. It's 12 to
I see,
30
right there along
units.
County Road 11?
Yeah.
And medium density behind it? Am I reading this right here?
Yep, medium density around it, and we agree with the thought process. It's just, when you look at the overall planning guidelines, I don't think they look at lot lines as much as developers and marketplace does, but by shifting it maybe into the Welter site who's requesting high density, I think we can come up with a solution that works for everybody. But we're just concerned that if we wait till after you adopt the comprehensive plan, the Met Council is going to say, folks, we've only been sitting on it for 3 months and you already want to make a change. I think they're going to be a little bit more difficult than.
So I'm sorry, I don't see what the problem is. Is this how you want to build, or you're saying you're going to build differently?
No, we want the high density shifted south.
Shifted
The high density, much of the high density ended up on one 15-acre parcel. A good half of it. Is that?
It doesn't look very big.
Yep. It's not, we're not talking, I don't know if Brad knows, but it's like half of the 15-acre parcel is high density. And we'd like that
That's where
shifted.
you get the lot line business.
Right.
Exactly, and I see what you're
So we're talking 15 acres.
Yeah, we're talking, but to you and I, it's just a little spot on a brown map, but when it gets to the Met Council, it becomes a more serious, you have to overlay the brown and tan areas on a map and show your new areas, and you have to explain to them why you're making the change and where you're moving the stuff. So we think it'd be easier to work through that before you adopt it formally, because we have a sketch plan that we'd like to present to city staff here as soon as we work out some of the details on the annexations and timing and such. But
When you say move it south, where exactly are you talking?
well, it ends up down by the blue and is it the flex area? The flex area?
In the flex area?
Into the flex area.
It's not part of your.
So just for the record, what does medium density look like?
What we use it is roll townhomes where you have 4, 5, 6 units, 2, 3 story.
So if you're familiar with it, the northeast corner of Pioneer Trail and Bavaria Road, that new development?
Yes.
That's near the
Yes.
roundabout there?
Yes.
Similar to what's fronting right on Pioneer Trail there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What's the issue if it was something that happened later? That happened later, why is that a big issue? Some things would happen sooner and some would be delayed. Isn't that normal?
It is normal, but someone has to pay for this infrastructure to go from north to south to get the residential land on the north area to start going, and then to get infrastructure to the south. And talking with city staff, the sewer's down at the south and the water's up at the north, so somehow you have to bridge the two infrastructures for both sides can develop. And right in the middle of it sits the 15-acre Vogel property that's high density. So if that does not get to move forward, how do you get the lines through that property? Either the sewer from the south to go to the north, or the water from the north to go.
Is it a certainty that it wouldn't go forward?
Our review of it, as we've been working on our sketch plans and talking with city staff, is half the site looks like it's a wetland green area, and the other half would be the high density. So
Is it correct then to state that the Vogels are interested in developing at the soonest possible time and are not interested in high density, therefore we?
yes. Yes, they're here tonight, and their representative's here tonight, and he can tell you, we do have a contract with them, so we were going to start the process to work with city staff and through the city approval process on coming up with a development that the city would
So
accept.
what you're asking is to change the draft proposal here to represent what it is you plan on coming forward with, and doing so now prior to submitting this to the Met Council for approval.
Yes, we'd like to see that change made now.
So what are the ramifications of doing that, Doug?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to
Pat?
defer to one of the planners.
So is this like a no-no, or is this something that's normal, or?
No, this is normal. Every community faces kind of these tweaks as you're trying to draw those lines, and as Dave mentioned, where do you distribute the growth? And again, we tried to do it so that we were identifying areas where we can have pockets of higher density development and not have it all be in one location. So they've all pointed out the challenge. The challenge is the placemaking. So if you want that high density node, how do you hold that until the place is there and the market wants to do it? That is a big challenge.
Well, so I had this represented to me in the past.
Yep.
I think it was just after the previous plan was completed, and a development came in, and actually I think it may have been one of the developments that was considering the 13 and a half acres a number of years ago, and it was, well, we're not guiding in the plan for that type of development there, and the response that I recall was, okay, I'm going to say it doesn't matter. Yes, it does matter. But the effective response was, it doesn't matter, because if you're not doing it there, what the Met Council is going to be concerned about is that you do it as some
Somewhere
part
else.
of the plan.
Yes.
And so there has to be some give and take somewhere else in the plan to accommodate it.
Correct.
And so, on one hand, I have that experience telling me, okay, this doesn't matter. And then the other side, I agree with the argument that, okay, we're going to submit something and immediately go in and say we're going to change it. All right, well, let's just do it now and get out of the way if it doesn't make sense. So,
Well, and that seems just like a whole load of common sense here. Gosh,
I hate when that happens.
I agree.
But I mean, and we've had this conversation lots of times, right? Where are we going to move the density to, right? And at some point you got to lock it down. But if we have a known development that is different than this, then why are we proposing this?
Well, yeah. We had this proposed before. They came to us in recently, and we just haven't made the change yet. We're reflecting it to you for this conversation to occur.
But you would support moving that density to another location
I think we need to-
consistent with the overall intent?
I think we as staff need to look at that and make sure we understand what it means. And if there are other property owners out there that if we're just moving the problem down the road, we need to know that.
Well, and
so that's part of we can't just do it without understanding what the implications
And it's in the
are.
next council
We can do
meeting
that.
where this this has got to be decided because the next council meeting is when we
wanna move
vote
it
to
on.
move it
Yeah.
forward.
But even moving it on again, you made a very good point that the Met Council, Mike's comment about they're going to question it. I haven't had the same experience that the developer has, that they're going to look at logic. And they're going to say, okay, if you're taking it away, are you replacing it somewhere? And the answer to that is maybe, but as long as we're still meeting all the requirements that we need to meet, they shouldn't care, and it shouldn't matter.
Statutorily?
Because we meet them.
Statutorily,
Yes.
can they care as long as we're meeting the guidelines?
I don't think they can, but I'm not an attorney, so obviously that question. But as long as we meet the policy, we meet the policy.
We just have to make sure we don't end up somewhere down the road where we have a 100-story building in order to meet the density.
Correct, and that's what we're trying to avoid doing here. The comment Dave made about the flex employment, I don't believe we ever said we would have mixed in the flex areas. We said we would have it in the commercial nodes. I could be wrong because I know several people were presenting at different times. But the intent was that those flex areas were more job-based. The commercial nodes, consistent with the last comprehensive plan, would allow some of that higher density to be built into those activity centers. But we just need to do some analysis and make sure we understand the impacts.
Well,
And we can do that prior to the next meeting.
So if there's a recommendation, yes, we'll move it here, and this looks good, I think that's fine. What I'm also hearing is, in the end, it probably doesn't matter. We're just trying to accommodate something right now to make sure that nothing does happen down the road. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool.
Is this the same area where the lift station was supposed to go? Is that
Yes, the lift-
incorporated in it?
Right, the lift station doesn't show up on this drawing, but there is a blue area that we've identified in the land use plan that shows where that public piece would be. It's probably not sized exactly right. The other thing is we don't,
Don't forget the water treatment plant.
and the water treatment
That's
plant.
why it's sized the way it is, because that blue
Right.
blob needs a treatment
right.
plant and a lift station and a well and.
There was some thought process
other
that went
things.
into it, and I will say that when we're looking at these land use blobs, we're taking size into consideration, we're taking wetlands, we're taking topography into consideration. That east-west collector road, as Dave pointed out, we did present that and say, yeah, there's some major challenges to it, which is why we said there needs to be some kind of hybrid collector road, flexibility to it, because we're going to compromise natural resources for a collector road. We need to balance those two objectives. And so the design of that roadway and the exact location, we need to work with the developers to figure out how that fits through there. The point is a connection.
So what I'm hearing now, as I asked you the question, what's been the most difficult?
I don't see, yeah.
Well, and it's, but I want to say, I want to offer my thanks and congratulations. You've made it through this entire process and you have one objection. That sounds really good.
It is. We've got more objections than many other cities. But to that question, though, that particular road, yeah, it's difficult, but it's not uniquely difficult. We deal with challenging topography. I've dealt with Mike and other communities where we've had challenging topography, and at the end you work through, and their project did move forward. Did they agree with everything we had in the plan when it was approved? No, they didn't. But they got there. And so what we're trying to do is establish that right policy basis.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reader, what do we need? Is there a resolution or?
Still have one.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We have a couple more people. Are there others? At least two more. Okay, go ahead. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Brent Hislop, Synergy Land Company. I work on behalf of Vogel family. And so just, I've been working with the Vogels as well as Dave's family for the last 11 months and staff dating back to the beginning of this current year on concept plans, ideas. Obviously, you've been going through your comp plan amendment. I've been through a few of those in the past decades and understand kind of the ebb and flow of them. Tonight, a couple things that were brought up was this specific land use, which is part of the Vogels, but it impacts kind of that whole greater corridor, frankly, because there's some major, as you well know, well, pipe, utility trunks, and so forth. So likely, Mike can confirm, but I think in the next 30 days, the timing of this is probably more immediate than we've talked about. I think you'll be seeing a formal concept plan submittal within the next 30 days and a plat probably very quickly after that. I know we've been working with staff, as D.R. Horton has, and Golden Valley Land has, to facilitate these utilities this coming spring, and actually installations this summer. So,
But we haven't even approved the
No, sir.
water and sewer down there yet.
no, you have not. But
So isn't that a bit early?
I'm not trying to be premature, Mr. Mayor, in any sense, but we have had discussions. I know it's been in front of council, at least the studies to move in that direction. So that's all I'm saying, not being too presumptuous.
So with that note, what is your timeline that you'd like to see?
The specific request for the land use, if we can address that, knowing this is a draft plan, but also once it does go to Met Council, it is more challenging to amend and cope with it afterwards. So I'd ask tonight, and I think it's a logical request to the points that were made earlier. High density residential, by and large, just like the building across the street, wants to be in the core districts, in and around all the other services, not out in the middle of single family and medium density and across the way is, I think, it's just as green open space. So we would ask that you support that per the letter that you received from D.R. Horton as well as Vogels, and give staff that direction. And I think Brad mentioned earlier, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Victoria is not so tight in meeting the criteria that this, few acres of, and it's not a full, by the way, it's about 5 acres or a little under that. High density isn't going to dramatically impact the city's numbers, is my understanding. Number two, the transportation piece. There have been a lot, to previous comments, there have been a lot of different concepts, revisions. There is a lot of topography right now. SRF's report in your packet, I think, recommends concept number 2. We're hoping that gets modified somewhat before it goes to Met Council. On 2 counts, probably first off the alignment, because that does go through the topography area that we've been discussing here tonight. And secondly, the color as a major. And we talked with staff in the land use committee, Brad and others. Technically, a major collector generally has quite a few limitations as far as grades, driveway access, and so forth. So if there is collectors in the area, we'd ask that they be minor collectors and be sensitive to just the natural features that we're trying to manage. So
Timeline then is?
Timeline.
Please. I mean, just,
Our hope is that in January, and ultimately D.R. Horton's driving the bus for this project, but I believe you will see in January concept plan and seek for concept plan recommendation or approvals. Ultimately, February-ish, plat submittal and approvals, with the hope that come spring, both the utility project is to the next 2 or 3 steps down the road, and this project, as well as possibly Golden Valley Lands immediately south of D.R. Horton's, both can concurrently happen as utilities are happening. There's a lot of things to nail down, but that's what we've been working towards for the last 8-10 months to kind of line that up and.
Thank you.
And
are you and I'm getting a little ahead here, but we talked a lot about the topography and the natural beauty of the area. Are you planning on making significant regrading to knock down hills and fill in valleys, or are you going to take advantage of that topography as part of your site plan?
So I'm going to let Mike address that more specifically, because it is his plan first off. But generally speaking, the concept plans that I've seen and we've discussed with staff do account for saving a good portion of the green areas within those sites, and do account for a large portion of the topography. So,
and I don't know that we need to go into details. That's
Okay.
not really what tonight is for necessarily.
the plan does account for some of that. Any other questions?
I was just kind of curious. I was thinking out loud to myself. It sounds to me like, I mean, okay, this isn't zoning, but it seems like the Met Council would be much more willing to work with us if we wanted to increase density in an area as opposed to lowering density. So I'm saying if there's a low density area, we could possibly tweak the plan later on for zoning, increase it to medium, and a medium density area, we could increase to high density in order to meet some of these other changes. So I'm just thinking down the road, like, this isn't zoning.
In other cities,
Easier to go up and down.
in other cities, other comp plans, yes, I've seen similar scenarios. They're more willing to do that
Okay.
after the fact, as
Right.
opposed to after the fact
Lowering the density.
lowering it.
Right.
Which is why this is important, because they'll be hopefully moving forward in the near term while this is still at the Met Council, likely, just from a timing perspective again.
So we're talking 5 acres, and we're trying to consider changing something that's medium density to low density or high.
Yeah, I can clarify.
But my question is.
Yes, sir.
With that, how many units are we talking about switching here? In other words, we're gonna lose some density.
Okay.
So how many units is that in the overall pool? And will it even affect the numbers that would push us into any kind of a problem? Is it probably immaterial?
Couple items. It is the high density nod that's kind of sitting out there on the, that's about 5 acres.
5
Not-
acres? How
not
many
all-
units would you build on 5 acres?
Again, I'm not the builder, but the density is 10, 12 minimum?
Assumption is, but that's the low side of it.
Right, 12 to 18
Okay.
units.
Okay.
per
It's
acre.
not necessarily what would be built, that's just our density,
That's high density?
the minimum density.
So all in, we're talking 60 units in the global picture and not just eliminating 60 units entirely, but are reducing those,
Trading 60 units for 30 units or something?
something in that
So it's
realm.
affecting, so in all the density in Victoria in the next 20 years, we're talking
Right.
30 units here. It's not even going to show up on the decimal of our density goal. Am I overstating, oversimplifying? Okay, so we need to get perspective here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to point out that one of the goals of the plan here is to have some areas in the future high density, and not all in one place, so it doesn't end up like Brooklyn Park where you got 10,000 units in one place. So you need to, think about allowing some dispersal of the high density into different parts of the city, and that's what this plan does. And moving that down into the flex area defeats your goal of having some industrial commercial base. So I think you need to think about not moving it.
Okay, any other final comments?
Any other questions of you or D.R. Horton?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name's Peter Knabely with Golden Valley Land. And again, we're working on the same area with the D.R. Horton and the Vogel property. We have the Welter 95-acre site under contract now, and we're just in the process now of working on concept plans.
Real quick, is that adjacent to this?
It is that bold area, that L-shaped, on either
okay.
side of the railroad tracks.
Got it.
Correct, yes. And I don't want to take up any more time here. I think it's probably premature to get into all the details on that, but we're going to come in soon, again, similar to D.R. Horton, with a concept plan within the next 30 to 60 days, and it'll show what we're proposing. And our proposal will meet the intent of the 2040 comp plan. We may shift some of these areas around a little bit, but it'll show the low, the medium, the high density areas, and I think it'll be a lot clearer once you start looking at specific site plans and concept plans than looking at these blobs on a map. I think the intent of our perspective as developers is the intent of any comp plan in any city is to try to guide the uses in certain areas of cities, not to point out specific properties and specific exact places on a map where they're going to go. If they shift 100 feet or 100 yards one way or the other, I don't think that's the intent of that kind of detail in a comp plan. And the sketch plans that come in next are just that second level of detail that I think will match the intent of what these plans show. So I don't want to, again, show what our comp plan is going to look like because it's probably not that relevant at this point. As long as the city council and the staff are, flexible enough to understand that point. So
All right, thank
that's
you.
all I wanted to say.
It looks to me that we've got both. The high density, what you're proposing here is we change it. Looks like there's a lot of high density in here, medium density, and 2 spots of low density. The lift station and the other things that Ms. Guerin mentioned are still there.
They
not
would still fit
being
in with our
moved.
plan too, correct?
And back to the comments made earlier, it seems like common sense is we've got to do this. It doesn't seem like we're losing any of the density other than maybe a rounding error type of a scenario.
Correct. I agree to that. I agree
Pat,
with that
is
too.
all of that correct?
Yeah, again, we'd like to not really make the decision tonight. Like staff to do an analysis and bring it back to you at your December 10th meeting.
Okay, is that enough time so that we can look at it?
Yes.
Do what we're going to do, and then the 10th is when we vote to submit the preliminary plan to the Met Council?
Correct.
Okay. Council, any objections?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this topic?
No, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question before, we didn't need any action tonight, just some of this discussion.
Okay, thank you. Next item. Ann? This is 6C, by the way.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor.
5C.
Council. Annually, the city submits a delinquent utility bills to the county for certification and taxes in payable 2019. And the final list, Kelly has put together the final list of final delinquent utility bills for certification. We have also included this here, some sidewalk replacement and also a water main repair within the utility, within the balance total due to the county. So with that, we do need a motion and a resolution approved by the council for this act. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I move we approve a resolution approving the certification of delinquent utility bills, sidewalk panel replacement, and 8350 River Birch Court water main repair to the county for collection with the 2019 property taxes. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ann. Next, Pat, city-owned 13.5 acres. Isn't it 13.2?
13.5,
13.5 it is now.
I think.
At your last city council meeting on November 13th, the city council, Dean DeVolis from DJR Architects presented a vision for the 13.5 acre site. I think it's 13.62, but I think we've been using 13.5 as a round number. The city council generally favored the concept plan and directed staff to draft a preliminary development agreement, which was attached to the staff report. The draft preliminary development agreement says that within 120 days, which if it was adopted tonight would be March 26, 2019, the development team would agree to submit a detailed development plan including the required infrastructure, submit a financial analysis for city review, submit information demonstrating financial feasibility for the project, submit information of other funding sources are needed or not, and submit a draft redevelopment agreement. As part of this agreement, the development team would agree to reimburse the city's legal and financial expenses as part of the city review of the financial feasibility and redevelopment agreement. Again, for the audience, this was the concept plan that was shown at your last meeting. Essentially, it's a mixture of types of developments, townhomes against the Carver County Park Reserve, apartment buildings, and then a possible grocery store with a large public Central Park Plaza that would act as a connector amenity for the neighborhood. Another view here. The typical development scenario is that the city development team would agree to a preliminary development agreement which give a 4-month analysis on the marketing and financial feasibility of the project. If the City Council and Development Team determine that the concept plan is financially feasible, the next step would be to negotiate a redevelopment agreement. The redevelopment agreement would typically last between 4 to 6 months to secure city approvals, which means the Planning Commission and City Council land use approvals and a purchase price. After that 4 to 6 month period, if everything is still going forward, then there would be a closing on the property. With that, before you have any comments or questions about the preliminary agreement, Dean Volas from DJR Architects would like to introduce some of the other partners that weren't here at your last meeting.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Dean DeVolis, DJ Architecture, 330 Washhaven North, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Like I say, just want to introduce a couple more key members of the team so the council gets to know them better. Tim Thone, who's the president of Thone Development, and also Keith Erstead, who is senior vice president of United Properties and also is a resident of Waconia. So with your permission, I like to have him say a few words just so you get to know him. Sure. And then wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. Again, my name is Tim Thone, the owner of Thone Development in Woodbury. I've been based there since I started in 1981, building approximately 500 plus houses out there. Up until 1999, I went into strictly the real estate development business, where I've went on to develop many properties throughout the East Metro area and mostly in the South Washington County area. So more of a boutique shop, kind of pick up situations that maybe have a little bit more of a boutique-y look, sort of like this. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad that Dean got me involved in the project. And then I'll introduce Keith Alstead with United Properties.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Keith Alstead. I'm the Senior Vice President of Commercial Development for United Properties, based in downtown Minneapolis. My background for the last 30 years has been primarily grocery-anchored retail developments. I guess from where we're sitting right now, some of the ones I've done are a Cub-anchored center in Shakopee, Rainbow-anchored center in Minnetonka. Let's see what else around here. I did a Coburn's in Delano, and most recently, unless you've been living under a rock, you probably figured out that there's not huge demand for retail developers anymore, so I've shifted more to a mixed-use concept, incorporating retail and other uses. And the most recent grocery deal I did was a Fresh Time Farmers Market in Bloomington with a hotel and apartments kind of baked into the deal. So I'll leave it to your imagination to figure out which part of the project I'm most focused on here, but I'm excited to be part of the project, let's say part of the project team at this point. And Dean misspoke a little bit. I don't live in Waconia. I live in Victoria. Next to one of those stop signs that nobody stops at, apparently. But I have the pleasure of, I recently did a grocery-anchored project on land in Woodbury that I bought from Tim Thone here, and I got to drive home to Victoria from Woodbury at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Many times tonight I live 5 blocks away, and you get to go back to Woodbury. So, anyway, we're I suppose I'm at this point the commercial leg of the stool, but between the team that Dean has assembled here, I think we've got the disciplines in place to figure out if we've got a dog that'll hunt here. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to make any comments, Tim? Sure.
Tim Amundson, 9046 Lakeside Drive. Rick can't be here, he's sick. So he asked me to come in. I'm just putting it out there that I think giving exclusivity right now is a mistake. I like how somebody got ahead of the ball game in the Biz Journal and said that Victoria's wavered on the 13.5 acres for so many years, and that these guys are coming in to develop it. A little bit cart before the horse in the press. But I guess that's what happens in business nowadays. What I see this as is basic, simple fishing. For a long time, you've had signs out there, you've had property out there, you've had ideas out there. You've done your due diligence in numerous years and plotted what you'd like to see and how you'd like to see it. My impression is, for the past 15 years, there's not been a developer that staff hasn't loved. And that can't hunt any longer in Victoria. Now that you have an opportunity to have other developers come in, and you have more than one developer come in and do things, because we've had a solid developer and a really solid contributor to this community. But now you put, someone's taking a bite at the hook. But why give them exclusivity for 90 days or 120 days? Why not keep the hook in the water a little bit longer and see if there's others out there? From my understanding, Mr. Stuckey's got funding. He's looking for developers. He understands the concept and the idea very, very solidly because he's been here and participated in it. And he's just saying, don't give anyone exclusive rights. You got other people here that have $100 million worth of potential funding to bring into the whole west side, not just one parcel. So that's all I'm saying. These are good people. They're good, solid companies. I get, in fact, I looked up Mr. Thone and understand that he bought a parcel of property from somebody pretty hideous and destroyed it. You can all look that up, but kudos to that gentleman for destroying the home of the gentleman or the person who kidnapped young Mr. Wetterling. You got a hook in the water. Why not delay it, take a look, see what others can come up with in the next 30 days, put this in the packet of the second council meeting the next year, and let's see what goes on from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Tim. Mr. Crowley?
I'll pass for now.
Mr. Striegel?
One of the conversations, or one of the conversation items last meeting was around updating the residential and commercial market studies together with Mr. Stuckey, or working with staff to try and figure out if we could provide that update without spending the money. Or if you give us an update on how that process is going and whether you're planning to still, or whether you're planning on acquiring at, whatever, $35,000, some additional outside market data.
So staff is willing to work with Mr. Stuckey to provide any information they need for their market study. I haven't had any conversations with Mr. Stuckey. He hasn't contacted me, but we're willing to work with them. And I believe that the preliminary development agreement is drafted such that it's not exclusive and that developers can make proposals throughout this process. I think it's written so that the city wouldn't be going out and soliciting developers additional developments throughout this process. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, yes, that's correct. I guess I would just say about the agreement, these agreements, I think, Pat, you borrowed an agreement that our firm had worked on in another community that you're familiar with. These agreements are pretty well standardized. The things they cover, the terms that they provide, the protection they provide for prospective developers is pretty similar across these agreements. Obviously, there are details, differences between them, but essentially what they cover are similar. As to exclusivity, and I think that's the point Pat is making, I'm not sure I would describe this agreement as giving exclusivity rights. It's not an option to purchase. The city is not granting real estate rights to a particular developer. What the city is saying is we won't sell this property out from under you while you're doing your due diligence and doing investigation into the property. In exchange for us agreeing not to do that, you're going to agree to tell us what you've discovered. You're going to give us your feasibility work, and then at that point we'll decide whether this looks like it's, to use the vernacular, whether this dog will hunt or not. We get to be in on that, right? I mean, the city is part of that decision, and the city actually independently can decide based on the feasibility work whether the city wants to move forward. So I don't want to quibble about how you describe those rights that are being granted. I wouldn't call them exclusivity rights, but they're just a protection for this prospective developer to make some investment into researching the project and not having the land sold out from under them while they're doing that.
So I don't know if this is a subtlety of that, but in the residential world, you can sell your home contingent, right? But generally speaking, you keep it on the market. And if somebody comes in with an offer, the original offer has some time to remove the contingency. Is this similar in that respect, or is that 4-month window hard, that we won't sell it to anyone within that 4-month window?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council Member, I guess I wouldn't have drawn that analogy. I wouldn't have analogized this agreement that you're considering tonight to any kind of a purchase agreement. It's really not a purchase agreement. It's not that kind of a document. But yeah, I mean, I think what's contemplated here is that under no circumstances other than us collectively or individually deciding that the project won't work at some point during that 4 months and terminating this agreement, other than that, we, the city, would be agreeing not to sell the property for that 4-month period. So it's, I guess it's firm in that sense, absent termination, because this dog is not going to hunt.
What are our termination rights?
Pat, you want to point to the particular provision?
So it's under section 6. It says the agreement
Can we
may
put
be,
this up on the screen, please?
the agreement may be terminated upon 5 days written notice by a party to the other party if A, in respective good faith judgment of any party, an impasse has been reached in negotiation or implementation of any material term, or the completion of execution of any material condition of this agreement or the contract for private development, or B, a party fails to perform any of its obligations under this agreement.
So in that 4-month window, thank you, Pat, if another party steps forward and says, I'm interested, okay, they have to wait till this 120 or whatever, 120-day window elapses before anything can, how does it, then what happens? What are the mechanics of considering potentially 2 offers? How do we handle that?
So Mayor, Council Member, you're contemplating that we would enter this agreement, process it for the 120 days, get the feasibility work, and then not sort of promptly within the next 60-day period that's contemplated here, enter into more formal agreements during that 60 days? Is that the hypothetical?
Not really. The hypothetical is more that another party is doing the same kind of due diligence work in parallel without any particular agreement, but comes forward to express interest or perhaps even extend an offer. Now, I know we say can't accept that offer within that 4-month window, but what do we do with it? Do we have to say no, turn anyone else away? Because then that kind of is exclusivity in my mind.
Well, I guess I'd be interested to hear what the other proposed party to the contract thinks is being agreed to, but I guess from my perspective, finding their project to be feasible, finding that the dog will hunt, but there's another dog that you want to take a look at is not contemplated by this agreement. We're not going to, at the end of 120 days, say, we like what you've proposed, but we like this better, and so thanks very much, we're going to go with this group. It's not a competitive bidding process. So you have rights to terminate if you find the project isn't going to go, the dog isn't going to hunt, it's not feasible, or we're not actually able to cooperate and move forward. Those are all reasons that you could terminate this, but I think finding in the next 120 days, if you enter the agreement, that you'd rather do that deal than this deal, that's not contemplated by the agreement.
So where in this process timeline does the dollars, where do the dollars show up, or at least, you know, what is the offer? What is the?
Yeah, Mayor and Council and Pat, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we believe that the required pieces of the feasibility report, the thing that gets produced within 120 days or less, that is going to contain detailed information about that and other elements of the project that are all listed on page 2 of the agreement. So I think all the detail is contemplated to be brought forward within 120 days or less.
In the last 8 years, there have been maybe half a dozen interested parties. Have we ever entered into such an agreement before?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I don't know that.
I believe we've entered in 2 agreements with 2 different developers. gone through the same process, but over time, it just fell apart. And I don't know the
I think the
details
first
of
time we
those.
did it, we were in an agreement.
And, you know, just to be simple, what I'm contemplating is if, you know, project A, $1 million offer for the land, project B comes in, $2 million, right? So how do we make sure that we reserve the opportunity to get the best deal for the taxpayers of Victoria?
Well, Mayor and Council, I'll take a swing at that. I'm looking at Pat. I mean, I think that if the decision of the council were now or in the recent past, that the best way to proceed to get the highest value either monetarily or in terms of a quality project, if the way to do that is just to put it out there on the market and not look backwards at the fact that it's been on the market, that would be another approach. I mean, you could put it up for bid or the equivalent. And just receive, you know, through the open process proposals. I guess my sense has been that that's been tried in one form or another, and here we are today. So,
yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not any less enthusiastic about this than I was before. I just, again, I want to understand how we make sure we get the best value for the residents of Victoria.
And to your point or question, let's say we follow through with this agreement and this exercise, and at the end, I understood one of the termination rights was that we fail to find an agreement to move forward. Right? They provide an offer. We don't like the offer. Can we terminate?
Yeah, there's nothing in there that says that we have to accept their offer. Basically, that 4-month period is just to find out what the purchase prices would be, if there's any financial interest in the city. They basically look at all the financials for the project, for the developer, to see if it's going to be feasible. And then once they've done that after 4 months, then the city makes a decision, the city council makes a decision if they want to go forward or not, and start negotiating a purchase price.
And I'm fully cognizant that you guys are spending money, right? You know.
Yeah, I think that
the meter's running and.
Yeah, the meter's running, and I think that, but the reason that I came up earlier was, I don't want to be redundant on the contract, but it's a 4-month look. Possibly some feasibility studies that get done with the group that we got. The first thing you do is you shake the trees and see if a feasibility report's needed. I think that's the first thing, and that's done relatively quickly in the next 30 days. Then a feasibility report gets done. And a lot of the reports that you get done, the retail feasibility reports are usually very accurate. A lot of the other ones are a little more bank-related, that you can't count on quite as much. I think that it's sort of a gut feel with just talking to the marketplace.
It's foreseeable. You could go through the feasibility study and you could come back and say,
yeah, absolutely,
this doesn't work, we're going to terminate.
Exactly. And I think that part of it is that, and I'm going to read this exclusively, but this is on number 7. During the term of this agreement, the city's entities agree that the city's entities will not negotiate or contact with other parties concerning the sale or redevelopment of the properties. And the developer agrees it shall not assign or transfer the rights under this agreement in full or part of. So it does give us an exclusive right where everybody's just kind of just stand still while we spend some time and money and effort. We've been doing it a long time. I think between us we got 70 years. We don't need any more practice. And I think that there'll be, after the first of the year, we're going to know pretty much before. And if we start spending a bunch of money, then, and we're spending money now. I mean, I spent a significant amount of money on the plan that I'm paying. That was my dime on the, after talking to the city staff, after walking the site, after realizing that I was intrigued by the uniqueness of the property. It's an interesting property, especially next to this unique downtown, and the walkability. And there's some things that I don't want to get into the details of the plan right now, but I think that the market shakes it out. It's not that we're some genius and that we build it will come. We need to know that it's going to work.
I have a perspective on this. It's been months since we've had interest in this. I mean, for a while I was calling City Hall once a week saying, has so-and-so called back? And the interest has waned, and these guys have come forth. I know you were doing some work to round interested parties up, but they have come forth, and they're very organized and they're very experienced, and they seem to have genuine interest, and they have capabilities to do this, to do it right. And I know Rick Stuckey. He's a good person. But where was he in the last 6 to 9 months? You know, but just that's a rhetorical question almost, because
Not really.
well, you know,
Not really. Where people were in the last 6 to 9 months, you all know darn well. You've got 2 new council members elected. The state of business in Victoria was significantly altered, and you had to have been an ostrich
Good point, Mr.
with something pointing north
Good
to not
point, Mr.
realize
Allison.
that didn't occur and that people didn't want to do it. In fact, Rick's been sitting with these people waiting because their number one concern to him was, what the hell's going on out there? We looked it up, and it's chaos. It's crazy, and we don't want to do any business with crazy.
well, the question still is, who are these guys, and why aren't they with him, so that we can talk to both parties simultaneously? I believe that if we've got
Give 'em 30
somebody
days.
ready to march here for 120 days, that it's worth a shot.
I'm just saying, give them 30 days. Let them bring the people in. You know, that there's been nothing done on this. You're absolutely correct. Nothing done on this for as long as it's not. And in fact, when people were asking who people were talking to, you couldn't get any legitimate input from staff, whether or not these were real people or not. They were just out there in the aura. The staff wouldn't even provide any input on the sense of urgency that Rick needed to move this process forward. Now that they've got it, he's actually done it kind of bass-backwards. He's got the money and is working with developers that have been provided to him that are as reputable, and I'm not naming names, but there are people there that have already looked at this parcel. They looked at this parcel when Jim Paulson and I went and asked him to look at the parcel before it was there, and it just didn't fit his thing. But these guys know it now, and that's all we're saying is, look, if you really want to do yourself a service, I get what these guys are asking. They're spending money. It makes sense. We've done business. But on the opposite side, I just don't want to see us as a city, now that you got another potential hook, let's at least see where that hook stands and see where it
doesn't
goes.
preclude that.
What's that?
Well, it doesn't preclude
No, it
that
does.
at the end of the
Well, I'm
120
sorry, but
days.
Mr. Thone just said he believes this document gives him exclusivity, and you can't deal with anybody.
For 120
And
days.
I don't know where Bob's differing on that.
For 120 days, that's 4 months.
But again, if you then listen to the process that your own staff has set, is that once it's there, the expectation is if all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, this moves forward and you can't negotiate.
Right, they have the right of first refusal
Yeah.
in the event that they decide it's viable.
So why would anybody else want to bring you anything?
The right of first refusal.
No, there's no
contract?
first refusal.
There's no first refusal in
Well, in the event that the 120 days passes and they find the project to be viable,
If you find the project to be viable.
we both find the project to be viable, then it moves forward. And it doesn't contemplate, as our legal counsel noted, the potential for someone else to come in at a potentially, higher value to the taxpayers of Victoria.
I think then personally, if I was looking at this from a legal sense, I'd want better language as to what the refusal or what the conditions are that go through, and then talk to them and see, because everyone's saying this is kind of a templated deal. Well, maybe you can get a better template.
We haven't talked any money on how much for sale of the land, so all of that is in play and in flux, and this doesn't nail us down to anything. If they come through the whole process and say, yeah, this is a viable project, and we're only going to give you $500,000 for your land, well, then the whole thing falls apart. If it's a viable project, we'll give you $2 million for your land. That's a whole other story. Mr. Thune, is it your interpretation that this item C prevents us from listening to other offers? Or anybody?
I think item 7.
Item 7. Does that prevent us from hearing other?
During the 120 days.
You feel that that prevents us from listening?
Yeah, well, I think that it would prevent you from listening. I think it would prevent you from just saying that the property is off the market at that time. I think that you can certainly, if somebody calls you, you can't really hang up on them. But I think what we're trying to do is respect the fact that we're spending money over a 4-month period, and that we don't want to have people raising flags up all over the place, shaking a million trees, and we're doing a bunch of due diligence. That's all.
Well, and that's
but to your point, there's a lot of moving parts after 120 days that either party has the right to either move forward or not move forward. Nobody's binded to it, including myself and including the city. Whether it's $1 trillion we offer you or not, it's still got to be something that's accepted by both parties.
Right.
Exclusivity comes at a price. At what price?
Yeah, and I think that it's really part of getting to understand what we're bringing forward in the next 2 or 3 months, if we're bringing anything forward. Number one, it's the viability of it, but it's number two, it's who are we, what have we done? It's more of an engagement party, and there's a lot of things that go on in this. The times and conditions change, and you got to kind of know who you're playing with on both sides. So I would call it more of an engagement, but it is a contract. We're not going to deny that.
But if the 120 days takes place and you have your information and you're quoting numbers to us, we still have no obligation to do anything at that point.
No, the reason I objected to, and I don't want to make too much of it because I think we're all saying something different when we say the word. The reason I wouldn't use the word exclusivity in this agreement is that, to me, conjures up a purchase agreement or an option to purchase or a right of first refusal. Those are all instruments that are used to set out all of the terms, all of the material terms of the transaction, and say, if you want to buy it on these terms, you have the right alone to buy it on these terms. So let us know. You have a period of time now to let us know if you want to buy this piece of property on these terms. That's not what this is at all. In fact, there are no terms here negotiated. There is no price negotiated. There is no particular development contemplated. So everything is yet to be negotiated. All this gives is the right for one group to come in and during a period of time spend their money evaluating the feasibility of a project, share the results of that with us, and then we decide collectively and individually whether the project can move forward. And part of that decision, of course, turns on what are the terms that they're proposing, and are those terms acceptable to us? But I have no idea what the terms will be. I haven't seen a proposal, and I haven't heard a price. So, I mean, none of the material terms are at this point established.
All right, hold on a second. You wanted to speak? Yep. Name and address for the record, please.
Tracy Langheinrich. I live at 8640 Kelzer Pond Drive. And I'm just coming to support these developers that have come forward and brought their proposal to you. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm a person that's going to be starting a business. I've lived here in Victoria for 18 years. I left for a while, came back. I've been here for 18 years. My son's graduating. I'm trying to decide, do I stay in Victoria? Do I open my business in Victoria? Do I open it in Chan? Do I open it in Chaska? Where do I go? I've walked every property here that's open for lease right now, none of which will work for me. I need a bigger space. This development is super important for me and whether or not I choose to stay in Victoria or not. So I can't wait. I don't want to wait 4 months. I don't want to wait 6 months. I don't want to wait 2 years. I need something now, and I need something that's going to be representative of 2,000 to 5,000 square feet, and I don't have anywhere to go. So in all due respect for Mr. Stuckey, it pulls at our heartstrings, right, because he's been around in this community for a long time. We need to move forward. We just need to move forward, and we need to let people who are willing to come forward do their jobs. They're doing their jobs and doing things for us for free. Let them do it. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And I guess my I don't know that, well, and I guess I don't know if I want to call it a concern, but, you know, we have one proposal that has got some formation to it and partners and names and things, and we have a promise of, give me 30 days, and I know people with money. And I love Rick, he's a great guy, and I know any operation that he's a part of will be first class. But it's a little hard to it's a little, bird in the hand, right? So it's a little hard to set aside something that is moving forward positively without something a little more concrete as a counterbalance.
Is there something magical about 120 days? Could it be reduced to 90?
Well, let me could it be reduced to 90? Probably. I will tell you, I mean, I think from my perspective, we're a little bit in the ditch here in that, and I respect this gentleman's concern. I think I've been him. But I will say 120 days is in a complex development is like no time at all. And I am not particularly, I mean, we're kind of dancing on the head of a pin here. Well, do we have the right to negotiate? Do we have the right to accept another offer? I mean, if you as a council look at me and say, we want to keep all options open and field other, shag other fly balls while you're working on this, I'm not sure we're interested in this. All we're asking for is like 120 days, 4 months to figure out exactly what's here, where the utilities are, how much it's going to cost to get them there, what the grading plan looks like. I mean, there's a mountain of information to figure out here. It all costs money. Tim has graciously said he'd pay for all of it, and I don't even have to pay a dime. But the reality is, I mean, 120 days from now, we're going to come to you with a plan says, this is what we think we can make work here. This is what the market study says can go here. Here's the specific, hopefully, we can say, here's the specific user we've got identified for this box, and here's how much multifamily we can build. And you're going to either like the plan, or you're going to say, you know what, maybe we can do better. Let's go see what somebody else has. And that's, you're right, your prerogative. I agree with Tim. I feel like that document kind of, I mean, the heading of the paragraph is exclusive right to negotiate, so I kind of took it as that. But the reality is the document, I'm less concerned about the document itself than I am the attitude of the council and the city. And I mean, if you want to figure out if we can make this work, we're willing to lean into it and give it our best shot and try. If you respectfully decline, I understand, and we'll pick up our ball and go home. And I won't, no problem either way. But I understand what the city attorney said, and you can parse this a few different ways, and I can see how you can read it different ways. But the reality is, at the end of the day, I'm just asking for a gut check. I mean, if you want to let us see if we can, make something happen here, we'll give it our best shot and try and keep staff informed along the way. And if you'd rather run a beauty contest, I understand that too. And I'll talk to my partners, and we can decide whether we want to participate or not. And I can't tell you one way or another, but that's a different concept altogether. So that's, I don't know.
Yep. So, hey, Pat, could you just put up the plan real quick? Thank you. And the reason our 20 days is we came up with really a pretty unique plan that's got a unique aspects to it in terms of variety type of housing, the type of retail, the flex retail that's referring to, the ownership townhouses. I mean, we accomplished a lot that really what the comp plan presentation talked about. So, we just like a chance to test it out because this is a unique plan. I think it really enhances downtown Victoria and gives a lot of opportunity 120 days is really too long to ask to test this idea, which I think is really unique. It could be very beneficial to the city. So to sum it up, that's why we need the time to do it, because it does take studies, because this is not a standard standard retail development that you see with national credit tenants. This is really unique type of development, really enhances what could really help create and develop your landmark status you're creating your downtown and bring it much further. So that's why it needs the time and sort of the care and the detail and study, because it's not cookie cutter. It's unique, and it's really built off the legacy that you started. So that's a request. Thank you.
So how much retail space is in this plan? All I see is a grocery store.
So you haven't, and I'll go over a little bit of the ground that the council heard from the study session. What we're proposing below the major buildings around the Oval is what I call flex retail, which is the type of retail that will occur at the base of those buildings.
In every building?
In every building, especially on the town Oval. In that, the idea to be type of retail to be for smaller tenants, beauty salon, tax, candle shop, things like that. That can be a little work type of
In
opportunity.
every building but the townhouses, is that?
Basically the idea. But we would flex it based on the market. So the idea is the buildings have the convertibility. As downtown grows, the amount of retail can grow within the buildings. Because normally the way planning is done now, you designate retail building, always stays retail, designate housing, always stays housing. This is meant to be a legacy plan that evolves over time and grows with the city. Because right now, Chanhassen is dominated by what I call national credit retail, which is very hard for residents to get into. You know, you think of Chipotle's, McDonald's, and Bath and Beyond, and things like that. We're trying to create a level of retail that individual residents can be. The one woman who just spoke sort of addressed that issue. So you create a greater variety type of retail, much as a comp plan about the mix of housing and the need for a variety of types. We want to create that same basis for retail. You've started it in downtown. You got a good beginning. You want to build upon that. But also, and there you see in the lower left-hand corner, we've given a place for national credit retail to occur, which is a 20,000 square foot grocer. So we're trying to serve both models, but really give a chance for uniqueness to grow in this area, which really start to establish downtown Chanhassen as a go-to location. That's beyond what you see in every other city that really becomes locally based type of that.
In the event that we were really fortunate to fill out the ground floor of each building fully with commercial enterprises, what is that square footage?
So the square footage of that would be an additional 20,000. So you look at
What's the grocery store?
20. The grocery store is 20,000. So you'd have 20,000 a grocery store, a potential 20 to 30,000 a small, unique type of retail in that mix.
Per building?
Total aggregate.
Across all buildings.
Across all buildings.
So I don't see the need for this agreement. If we're going to expand our commercial base, I think we need to see more commercial in here. Now, Mr. Amundson has already talked and spoke for Rick Stuckey. I met with that group, and there was a third person, and I can't remember his name. They convinced me in that meeting that they've got $100 million lined up, and they're not looking just at the 13.5 acres, but they're looking at the whole west end of Victoria. And I think we do a disservice to our residents if we want to grow the commercial base and they're looking at Leitner's property and the motorsports property and all of those properties, including we actually talked about potentially acquiring the Dairy Queen and moving that in off the road. That's a far larger project, and they also talked about they've got specialties, and they've done a lot of work with medical buildings, where we could bring a medical building into the city of Victoria, along with a grocery store also, and much more commercial rental space. I don't want to get into I understand your concerns, and they're valid. But if there's nothing there, then there's nothing there, and it's not going to come up, and you guys could proceed with what you're doing here. My concern is if we do this, we're going to scare that option away, and I don't think that we want to do that. I think that we should, and it's prudent of us as a council to keep both of these on the table. And even though we're going back and forth, is this exclusivity or not, I think I heard pretty clearly from your point of view that for whether it's 90 or 120 days, it's 120 now, you said you'd go to 90. but it basically, we can't talk to anybody else. And I think that's going to send the wrong signal to this other group. I want that option of $100 million in the whole West End being done in one complete, which brings a lot more to the city. Not that you're not, and not that what you're doing is a bad thing, but I think it's just a much broader scale. And I don't want them to say, well, fine, you've already told us for 120 days or 90 days, you can't talk to us. I think that does a disservice.
Well, here's the issue. It comes to, we're going to do the studies, we're going to start acquiring tenants and work with them. What you end up doing is getting a free fall out there of different people talking to different tenants. So no group gets scared off, in my opinion, whether it's 90 days or 120 days. We get so much time to flesh out the scheme, and then that information comes back to the city. Then you can decide from there. And either plan can grow, either plan has the opportunity for it. I mean, the one thing that I'll say is we're a known entity. It's United Properties, which speaks for itself in its scale, and the hundreds of millions and all of that is part of it. Tim throwing that aspect. So I don't see you throwing away the opportunity for more retail, but what we're saying is a quality of retail and a mix of retail and a mix of opportunity within this. So you're not precluding the opportunity, just that we put a plan together that I think really strengthens and enhances downtown. It's proven. Yes, you have to wait 90 or 120 days, whether which to decide. It won't preclude other opportunities in this process.
When you finish, we're going to have the information that you came up with.
Yeah, because
The city will have a bunch of information to judge other projects with.
Yeah, because we have to report back to council as part of this process and lay out.
There's an axiom out there. This is my opinion. If it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So this sounds like if we're going to redevelop the whole west side of Victoria and one guy is going to do it, or one group is going to do it, it sounds a little bit too good to be true. And I hope to God it might be true, but these guys are real, and they're sitting here. And we're going to, 120 days, they're going to spend some money that they deserve to have some kind of compensation for. We're going to have all kinds of information we don't have right now, and if we had the information, it's not usable because it's old. We're going to have current market information, and their concept isn't bad at all. And it still leaves opportunities for the rest of the western part of Victoria for somebody else. And we still can listen to whatever Rick's group comes up with. And
well, maybe we can solve it this way. Would you be willing to add language to the agreement that allows the city to talk to Rick Stuckey's group at the same time that we're talking with you, and basically limit the discussions to the two groups only?
I'll let them answer, but to be truthful, can you imagine two groups chasing the same tenants? I just think it gets really, if it's sequential, it makes sense. In my opinion, I'll let them answer for me, but jump in.
It's my money. No, we want to have an exclusive for 120 days. And I think 120 days is absolutely nothing in the scheme of this. There's so many moving parts. 120 days is nothing. So I think that if we can have it, great. Frankly, I'm getting too deep again, but we want to feel warm and fuzzy from you guys, and we're not feeling warm and fuzzy. So I'm going to tell you right now that we want everybody on the same page when we're going to spend money. So it doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy to spend a bunch of money right now when the whole west side is going to be developed and somebody's throwing $100 million out there. Where has it been and whatever. I don't want to get into that, but we want to be open-armed. And if we're not open-armed by all five of you, we don't know if we want to be here. And I know the other council members were invited, so I'm just laying it on the line. And unfortunately, I tell it like it is, no matter what it is. And sometimes it rubs people the wrong way, but whether I'm buying a farm or I'm buying some eggs, it doesn't really matter. But we've spent significant amount of money and time and resources already in a minor aspect of looking at your property or looking at the city's property already. So, and I think we put together, you know, a pretty good group with architecture and developers, but we want to feel like we're onto something that's unique, that you like, that you shouldn't have to think too difficult at, and even though it's a difficult project, I mean, but it's a beautiful piece of property. I'd love to do it, and I'm happy to be here. I don't want to sound like, geez, you know, go home, you know. But I think we want to have 120 days. We want to have the way the contract is wrote, and if that works out, great. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul.
Pat, have you talked to downtown?
Because while the Tims are telling it like it is, you all know me. A lot of you have known me for years.
Yeah, you're subtle.
I'll tell you, as much as you say, where were those people? Where were you guys 6 months ago? So before we start throwing those things out, you weren't anywhere near here either, and that's the same reality of it. Is I think the same thing kept people away. As far as take the ball and go home, a lesson from the 90s was we stopped everything in Victoria. All building, all land transactions, everything. To rewrite ordinances and rewrite things to stop what was happening in the development of this city. And it took a lot to shut this place down for 18 months to rewrite laws. And every developer came in and said, we're going to take our ball and go home. We're going to take our ball and we're going to go home. And guess what? You can see what the growth of Victoria has been since 1996 to now. If it's a good project, these guys, look at it, they're impressive people. If it's a good project, they'll be here in 30 days. And they'll be here in 90 days. That's all I got to say.
Pat, have you talked to any downtown property owners about this?
Not specifically. I talked to some of the business owners, just that would come up to the counter that were going through this process. We have a potential developer.
What's the background on that, if you could elaborate?
I'm just curious if you talked to downtown property owners, if they had any thoughts on it. So, council, any final comments?
One, and that is that I, again, from the last meeting, asked that we give Mr. Stuckey the information that the staff has available and let him do what he does. And it feels to me like there ought to be at least room for that, to where, you know, we're not actively engaging with him, but we're giving him the information we said we'd give him, and let him run with the ball, so that when the 120 days is up, if he feels like he's got something compelling, at least he's had time to, you know, move it forward. Because, you know, we can't start from ground zero in the event that at the end of 120 days, this esteemed group decides it doesn't work, or it works in a way that, you know, the city finds underwhelming. And so, you know, we don't want to start from ground zero at that point. So I can agree to this as long as we've still agreed to give, as long as we still give Mr. Stuckey the information, just in terms of the market information updates that we talked about at the last meeting.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there that would exclude us from giving data information to any developer for anything. It's almost a private information act. If somebody asks for that information, we have to provide that information to them. But other thing that's nice about this development agreement is that this development team is willing to reimburse the city for legal costs and for financial costs for our independent financial consultants to review their plans and make sure that it is a legitimate project and that it's not cheap to do.
I mean, to be very, very unambiguous here, this checks a lot of boxes for us if this comes to fruition. You know, and again, there's things like utility costs and purchase price and things that are very, very relevant. But assuming that those, you know, hurdles are surmountable. This is a beautiful outcome for that piece of property, in my opinion. Just my opinion.
Council, final comments?
First of all, we've had a good discussion, and I respect everybody in this room. I've known Mr. Amundson for years. I know Rick Stuckey. I know some of the people that he knows. I have an idea who they are. All I can say, and I'll say this to my colleagues and the new council members, I'm 72 years old. I've been on this planet 72 years. I've been associated with business deals for 50 years. My gut doesn't fail me very often. I wouldn't be sitting here. I have really good gut. It's just sniffing around these guys, not seeing your products yet. I have a good gut feeling about these guys. I want to sniff more I'm going to be sniffing right up your butts. But my gut feel is that these guys are good guys. We have an opportunity here. I was on the planning commission when we bought the acreage, and I've seen all the hopes rise and fall. I know this is a complicated project. There's grading issues. There's drainage issues. There's all kinds of things these guys are going to have to take on. So, we've got to stop screwing around here. These guys came forward. They've got credibility. It doesn't mean that Rick and his group is going to go away. It probably gives them more incentive to do a good job and sharpen their pencils. So that's my gut. I offer that to you, that we should not pass this up.
From my perspective, I mean, this is really a nice looking project. I've spoken with Rick just briefly about it. He's very passionate, and I like his enthusiasm, but I don't see anything in front of me. I see this in front of me, and this is real. You've put time, you put effort into it. Look like you've brought the people together that have the know-how to do this and could possibly, make it work. 120 days, that isn't very much. That's not a lot. I mean, we're in the dead of winter here, and that's I think that's a reasonable thing. And we can't give you a warm and fuzzy because we've got two people here at the table, and that's why we're not all that warm and fuzzy. If we only had you, I think we'd be very warm and fuzzy. But I like this. I like this proposal, and I like the work that you've done. I think I'd like to see more retail, and we had a lady here that said she's looking for 2,000 to 5,000 square feet. Last week, or the previous one, you said 5 to 10. I think we all are looking for more retail. This was mixed use, and we want a little higher mix from the retail end of it. So that's from my perspective. But I like the fact that you're here. I'm going to support this project.
And if I could, I'd encourage the council to consider a 5-0 vote for the warm and fuzzy aspect. It looks like it's four.
Mr. Amundson, if you would continue to please come to the.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. If you're going to move forward with this, I just would encourage, it's the same thing we did in the grocery store. I knew in my heart that grocery store would fail. I talked about it to Mr. Wortman, Mr. Riley, because I did the homework. And I knew we didn't have what we needed to make it happen. But the people were here. They were here in mass, just like your stop signs, but triple it. And how do you tell someone to not take a blighted piece of property and the city's contribution and put it together? But it needed to be 5-0. I'm with Mr. Thune. If you're going to do it, I'm sorry. That's okay. If you're going to do this, then make them at least feel warm fuzzy.
All right, so I'm obviously the lone dissenter here. I do believe the other deal is real. I believe you guys have a good product, and there's nothing wrong with what you're proposing. I do not like the fact that, in my opinion, there's not enough retail. This city, roughly 96, 98% of the taxes come from the residential. We need to expand that commercial base. We need to get those percentages shifted. As we go south, we're going to have that opportunity. I think we have the opportunity here. The residents have repeatedly said they want that quaint, small town look and feel. I just think that we need to put more retail into this, right? Now, I don't want to drive you away. I don't think you're reputable. I don't think there's any problem with your firm. The same thing goes for the people that Rick Stuckey are bringing to the table. I am concerned that by doing this, we're going to drive them away, and that's a much bigger development with medical, which we don't have here. They also are bringing a grocery store, and they're bringing a lot more retail. That said, to Tim Omnidson's point and to the council's point, I don't want to give you a 4-1 vote, and it sounds like it's going to be a 4-1 vote. But I would like you to very seriously consider some of these comments that you've heard. We need more retail as far as I'm concerned. If I'm going to vote for this at the end, there needs to be enough retail so that the residents see that and we stay within that look and feel that they want. But I think and I hope that Rick Stuckey will continue with his group, and after the 120 days will bring us something that we can actually, if you will, sink our teeth into more. There is this competitor out there. Now, to some of the comments tonight, if it's not real, well, then there won't be another plan, right? You don't have to worry about it, right? But if we have to give you this 120 days, okay, I don't want to drive you away, but I think you understand what my concerns are and why I'm raising these issues. So unless, council, there's any other comments, can we get the resolution up?
Just one more comment.
Go ahead.
I'm concerned about putting any stipulation. You must have this, you must have that. I am a firm believer, and I've voiced this in the past, government isn't good at doing business. We should be facilitators and get out of the way.
Amen.
To that end, I still don't know where I stand on this.
All right, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the draft preliminary development agreement with DJR Architects and Thone Development.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I abstain.
4-1, one abstention. And the reason for the abstention?
My own personal reasons.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Reader.
Mr. Mayor, you have exclusive 90-day option here to hire a city manager. And that's what we're going to work on now. If you can, Kara, put up the thing. We've given you the draft that Mr. Erzman gave you, and I just want to point out some things that we note in staff level need to be changed. If you hold it right there, on this first page, we want him to change that to 9,000 population. And then the second change is just a grammatical have versus has. Just a deletion of the word there. We just want to spell out the word for. The Victoria of Life is not in action right now. We want to take that off of that and put on the Lakes and Water Quality Commission, which is not noted there.
These are administrative changes in nature.
Yes, but I just want to tell you, in this page here, there's a duplication of that thing about the 13.5 acres. The one thing I need you to talk about is the yellow portion at the bottom about whether you want to support that language for statutory B to change form of government. Keep going. Just a grammatical change there, and there's some change in the staff organization chart that needs to be made. We don't have an executive assistant anymore. We don't have an administrative assistant. We do have a communications resources manager. So these are just things that he wasn't aware of when he put this together. And then on the last page, we need to change that community development director to city manager in both places. The salary is the correct salary he's recommended. And I would point out the dates. Most importantly, Mr. Mayor, we need to make sure everybody's available for February 8th and 9th, because it's critical that we have the whole council available at that time, as well as probably the January 24th meeting, which would be the time when you would sit down with Mr. Fersman and limit the number of candidates you would have from probably from 10 to 4 or 5. So, Mr. Mayor, those are grammatical changes. What we'd like to hear, if there's any other changes that the council thinks need to be changed. There was a memo from Fersman, Kara, if you could put that up.
The actual memo?
I think you had it on the, now, there was that little thing from Dick. If you don't have it, I can. All right, the three questions he specifically asked you to make sure the dates are okay, make sure the salary is okay, and that you're comfortable in the out-of-town travel in case we get a candidate from Iowa or something that we would pay his expense to come here in his motel room and going back. So with that, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to have you tell us if there's any other changes that you feel are important to the perspective that he's put together.
I don't see any issues with it. Go back, the only thing I have a question on is change the charter form of government.
Right.
You want to take that out, or what was the question there?
Mr. Mayor, that was brought in by one of the surveys, and Mr. Fersman said I should make sure that the entire council is comfortable with that. My comment on that one would be that if you wanted to change the form of government, it would be a council thing and not led by your city manager. It would certainly be something the council could consider, direct the city manager to come up with whatever you need to do that, but I don't think you should ask, limit a city manager search to some city manager who thinks you ought to do that.
I have no objection. Council?
I think it should be taken out.
Right, that's what he's suggesting.
Yeah, that is not a position of this council. It should be removed.
Yeah, and even if there was anything that was of interest in this, we're at least 2 years away from a ballot referendum before we could even say, yeah, that's what the residents want. So to make this in any way related to the hiring it's an extra complication that's got no value.
Any other comments? I move we approve the position requirements with the noted administrative changes. Motion to, I move we approve the profile for the city manager recruitment with the administrative changes noted by staff. Is there a
Okay,
second?
Mr. Mayor, is everybody comfortable with those dates? The interviews would be on the second week in February.
What days of the week are the 8th and 9th?
It would be, that's like a Friday and a Saturday. It would probably be a Friday afternoon, evening, Saturday morning, and then the normal process is we would then make a decision.
What day of the week is January 24th?
January 24th is your regular council meeting. I'm pretty sure.
When is President's Weekend?
President's Weekend? I don't know.
What's the thought on the number of candidates on that short list that would be presented on the 24th? In other words, does that fit within the confines of a normal council meeting, or is that move it up a couple hours?
I would say we probably do it on a workshop before the council meeting. He'll bring it, he'll give you a week ahead of time, 10 resumes. You go home and look at them, and then he'll try to see where everybody's at on honing that down to 4 or 5 people to interview. That's what I'm.
And then on the 24th is when those 4 or 5 people are presented, or that's when the 10 are presented?
That's when the 10 would be presented.
Okay.
And that's a Thursday, January 24th.
24th is? Oh, that's not a good date, then whatever the second council meeting in January is. which would be
28th.
28th.
28th, yeah, that's better. And then we do a workshop prior to?
28th, would, yeah, let me get to. Yeah, it would be the 20, I would say it was going to be on the 28th then. It would be a regular council meeting night, does that work?
Yeah, but what time do we start?
Workshop is usually 5:30, right?
Yeah, 5:30.
You're gonna interview 10 people at 5:30?
No, you're not going to interview 10 people. You're simply you're going to have the resumes ahead of time, and you will meet with Mr. Fersman. He'll go over with what he thinks about the 10 people, and then you'll try to narrow that down to 5.
Oh, from the resume,
Right.
okay, got it.
And then on
So this is
February
doing the
8th and
first cut
9th.
only.
He will have interviewed all 10 of them, and he will have thoughts about them, and he'll be able to tell you what he thinks about each one, and you will all have a chance to read he will have some, he will be asking them questions, and you'll have a lot of material from them about who they are, what they've done, before you come to that meeting.
And then that meeting, you do the short list, and on the 8th and 9th, you do the actual interviews, and it's a bit.
Yeah, and then he'll
it's a
narrow it
round
down to the
robin.
short list, and then we'll set the interviews up. And my understanding from you previously is you would like to have some kind of a community group involved too, and I assume that would be on the February 8th and 9th time also.
That's what we did last time.
Okay.
I would recommend following that same process, and Dr. Fersman's got a great process, so whatever he recommends is what I
Okay,
would.
I do too.
support.
I've been on the short side of it a couple of times.
Is this salary range right?
I think that salary range will work. I would, your current 2018 salary for the manager was 117. If you had given that raise, you would probably be in the 120 range if so I think you should expect you may well be in that, at least toward the middle of that range.
Is that the salary range for cities that are our size?
Yes, and, just let me give you, I think I've previously given you this, but of the other 4 larger cities in Carver County, one's at 158, one's at 138, one's at 134, and the one city that's smaller than this one is at 119. So if you look at that, if you're in the $120,000, $130,000 range for 2019, you're not going to be in the high side.
What were those other cities?
Excuse me?
What were the other cities?
Victoria, Chanhassen, Chaska, Waconia, and Carver.
So 3 of those cities are 2.5 times, 3 times the size of Victoria. Carver is what, our size?
Carver's small.
Carver is 4,600 people, Chanhassen is 25, Chaska is 26, you're 9, Waconia is 12.
Waconia's 12? That doesn't seem right.
No, I'm sorry. That's what it says here, but that's not true. Waconia. Oh, yeah, it is.
That's right.
Waconia is 12.
Yeah.
Waconia is 12, Victoria's 9, Chaska 26, Chanhassen 25.
So what was Carver?
Carver is 4,
No, what was their salary?
119.
119.
Okay, that's in the right area.
So I think you're on the low side of what I think you need to be at, and you need to pay for the best.
All right, so I'll make the motion. Let's go back to the resolution, please. I move that we approve the profile for the city manager recruitment with the administrative changes that Mr. Reader went through. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Mr. Reader, last item, 5F.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing. Oh, is there? Yeah. The last thing is the reports, right?
No, Victoria residents first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, at the last council meeting, you talked about a little bit about the website that the mayor operates called Victoria Residents First. And the discussion brought up by the city attorney is that possibly we should do a resolution which clearly sets forth that the website operated by the mayor is not necessarily a website operated by the city, but his personal website, and that any potential liability for that should be retained by the mayor. That's essentially what that resolution says. Mr. Mayor, I don't know that we need a resolution or not, but I think the council should discuss it.
All right, before the council discuss, Sarah Kuhn, you wanted to address the council? Name and address for the record, please.
Sarah Kuhn, 820 Interlaken. And I understand, Mr. Gregory, your concern with the timing of this, and I find the timing of this to be unfortunate. My request is based on the timing of information presented on the website and my request for information. So I agree the timing is unfortunate, and I wish the timing were not what it is, where we're in the process of trying to hire a new city manager, and we're having these kinds of discussions at the end of a long council meeting. So I just want to state my reason for making this request is that this Facebook page, website, as Mr. Reeder calls it, has the looks of being an official city page. It's got an about description, and I'm going to quote it right here, that this is for Victoria, Minnesota citizens to follow activities related to City Hall and the council. I stand for transparency, public input, and fiscal responsibility. Based on that information, I was quite dismayed when I saw a very abrupt post that clearly declared a Victoria citizen had been banned from posting on that website. That occurred in early
Facebook,
November.
not website, just for the record.
I'm sorry?
Facebook site.
Facebook site, okay.
That's
For my discussion, website and Facebook page mean the same thing, so just to clarify that. A Victoria resident was banned from posting on that website in early November. And a few days later, additional people were banned from posting on that website, even though the website says it stands for transparency, public input, and is for Victoria citizens. So I made the request to the city manager through the data request to get the information that was banned. I also requested what is known as summary information on how many users have been banned from the page, and based on the users that have banned, how many total posts have been banned or are no longer visible. Mr. Reeder responded by saying that the city doesn't drive this page, the city has no access to this page, that it is, in essence, it is the mayor's page. I followed up then with a direct request to you, Mr. Mayor, asking for that information, and like many other emails I've sent to you, unfortunately, they go unanswered. So that's why I'm standing here today. Why I chose to come here and stay till the end is I'm looking for the answers to the questions about this Facebook page that multiple people have been banned, and when they're banned on Facebook, it means that whatever they've written is no longer visible to the public. It also means that they are no longer allowed to make any new comments or posts to that Facebook page. And so that's where there's a disconnect with what's going on with this Facebook page. And I'm just here tonight seeking those answers, since I don't get responses by email. Transparency, I understand over the weekend that the 3 people I specifically named in my request have been unbanned and their posts are now visible again, but it doesn't tell me the rest of the story. Were there other people banned, and how many posts have been banned? So that's why I wanted to come up here and speak tonight, and then if I can get the answers to my questions, I will let you guys have the discussion about the rest of it that is on the agenda.
So 2 questions. With your data requests, how quickly did the city respond to you?
My original request went in on November 7th. The second part of that request went in on November 12th. It was brought up at the November 13th meeting, at council meeting, and then it was shortly thereafter that I got the email from Mr. Reeder explaining that the city did not have any access to this website and could not respond. And within a day or two, then I got the official data request form filled out by Cindy and sent back to me. But Mr. Reeder had responded, so I would say less than 2 weeks.
Within a couple of days? Is that what you said? Did I misunderstand?
No. So my original request went in November 7th. I heard back from Mr. Reeder a couple of days after the council meeting, so like the 15th-ish. I don't know. I don't have the exact date here.
So that's a week then?
Week, 10 days.
Oh, but yeah.
Okay. Did the city charge you anything?
No, I never received anything other than the form that Cindy filled out and she scanned and sent back to me.
What would we charge her for saying we're not going to give you anything?
Right. It's my understanding the charges are for copies, but.
Yeah, so I'm curious, Mayor, what's your?
Yeah, we'll get into that discussion here in a moment. I'll answer the other questions you have as the council discusses. Do you have any other points that you wanted to make?
So no, I'm sorry, repeat what you just said about answering my questions.
I said I'm going to get to the points that you raised as part of the council discussion that's going to come up here in just a second.
Okay.
So
right.
Is there any other points you'd like to raise?
No, that covers it.
Okay. Mr. Crowley, you want to begin?
No, I think Mr. Mayor should begin.
Mr. Striegel?
I think the questions are to you.
Mr. Vogt?
I just think having this posture on your Facebook page gives the implication that what's coming out of City Hall and the city's website is not transparent, is not informative and inclusive, and that it is misleading. So I just think it's counterproductive to the city to have the site operate like it does, and creates confusion on the part of people, citizens, intentionally. So I think there's people out there that really think this is a city site or is fostered by the city by virtue of you being the mayor, and so on and so forth. So I think it warrants discussion that then maybe the city should take precautions just to make sure somebody doesn't get totally confused and take some legal action against us.
Mr. Gregory?
Well, first of all, we were all elected members of this council, and we get to decide how we want to communicate with the constituents of Victoria. It's not up to Mr. Reeder, it's not up to Mr. Vost, not up to Ms. Kuhn or anybody else. If I want to participate in social media, that's my prerogative. If that's the way I feel I can get my message out to residents on information that I feel is important to them, that's my prerogative. To say that the mayor can't have a website to relay information back and forth to the residents, that's ludicrous. This resolution that says the mayor's participation in social media is not action taken in the performance of the duties of the mayor, that's ridiculous. By state law, we are required to indemnify the mayor for actions taken as the mayor, and certainly participating in social media is taking action as the mayor. So this resolution, in my opinion, would never hold water in a court. The mayor has every right to participate in social media, just as you and I do. A few weeks ago, I made a post on social media. I don't like to do it because there's a lot of people out there that are just plain simply angry, and I don't like to get into that business on social media, and I'm sure that my post probably stepped on some toes, but I felt it was important information that to the discussion that was happening, that I had information that was important to that, and like I said, I probably stepped on some toes. And if the council wants to strip all of us of our legal protection, if we make a post on social media, well, then let's strip it from everybody. This council and future councils. This just seems like personal animosity against the mayor, and it shouldn't be allowed.
So I have a question for the council members. Do they believe I can, or do they believe I can't speak for the city as the mayor?
I would like, before I answer that, to hear the answers to your questions to Ms. Kuhn.
All right, well, as she stated, all of those people have already been unbanned, and there were only 3 people banned. So now I'd like an answer to my question, please.
So is that the questions that you were looking for, ma'am?
Those were the questions I had in.
I mean, just, if you want to come back to the podium, just read them one at a time, and then the mayor said he would answer each of your questions, so.
I said I would answer
let's
to the
just go ahead
council.
and do those.
So summary information on how many users have been banned from the page. Apparently, 3 of us,
I
and
believe
all
it was
3 of
3.
us have been unbanned.
Correct.
How many total posts have been banned by users or people, and so that they are no longer visible? So number of posts.
I don't know what the number was. When they were banned, their posts went away. 6, 8. I don't actually know I never went and counted the number, so I have no idea. But it doesn't matter because all of them are back.
I think it does matter, but maybe the right way to actually do this in an appropriate way to do it is, I mean, we can discuss it now, but for you actually to go to the data request, fill it out, find the answers, fill it out, and send it back.
It's all public. You can see everything yourself. So all of the data is there. So it's any post
And
that
I
you
understand
made.
what you're saying, but I think Mr. Striegel's actually asking for something slightly different. He's asking for you to actually fill out the form and make it formal.
We'll get into that. This is going to be I appreciate your concern.
My questions have been answered, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'd like to know whether or not the council believes that I have the ability to speak for the city as the elected mayor.
Sure, I'll jump in. The fact that we're having this conversation, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. A precept that was presented, discussed, hammered in, if you will, very early on in my tenure here was that the council flies in formation. We may dissent with each other on opinions, but the council makes a decision and the council goes forward with that decision. I may not like the outcome of a decision, but in communication, the council has decided X or Y. I am free to express why I may dissent or why I voted for something and others voted against it from my perspective, and I state that. But to confuse those, the issue I have is to present things from the standpoint of this is the city's position without a disclaimer stating that no, this is my opinion. That's where the problem lies. And I think this could be easily resolved if you want to post something, just state that it's your opinion, or the council has voted on this, and this is really easy. And we shouldn't be having this discussion in the first place.
Well, that's not what was
Basic stuff.
That's not what was presented. Here's a resolution that presents something else.
I'm not talking about the resolution. You asked me a question. If you want to remove the resolution,
I'd
in
like
all
to-
transparency, I had a conversation with the city manager this afternoon, and the suggestion came up, do we really need a resolution? I don't think we need a resolution on this. Remove it.
So I would use the same argument that you did, and I don't have a problem with putting on there that it's my opinion as a single member of the council, but wouldn't the same thing apply when you have things printed in the Victoria Gazette, or any other council member for that matter?
Yeah, and I have printed that this is my opinion.
So, I mean, I don't have objection to that rule, if you will, if we want to create a social media policy.
This isn't a rule, Mr. Mayor. This is basic. I'm sorry. My comments are
I
finished.
guess I'm a little confused. I've read the mayor's page, and I think I guess it may not say it explicitly that it's his opinion, but I think it's pretty well understood that these aren't the opinions of the council as a whole. That's just my-
We're having a council discussion now. I have additional questions I want answered before we get into this anymore. Mr. Reader, I reviewed from the last meeting.
Excuse me, because you asked me.
Okay, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
said I wanted to hear your responses first, and so I have those, thank you. And now I want to just, make note here that I think there have been a number of statements that you've made and actions you've taken that suggest to anybody who's paying attention that this is an official means of communication. When you, in July of 2017, I believe it was, July or August, said that you would no longer give reports at the council meetings, that those would all be posted to your website, that was the starting point of it. You have two Facebook pages. One is Thomas Funk and the other is Victoria Residents First. So if this is just your Facebook page, why do we need two? And then, in October of this year, you wrote, thought people may find this helpful. Please review and provide feedback. This is a draft of list of initiatives I plan to bring forward for the new council to consider in Q1, Q2 2019, blah, blah, blah. So it is a pretty official looking communication tool between you and the residents, and that's great, but without any ability of anybody to control it other than you, we won't know who gets blocked next and when and what kind of information you allow to be shared or not. And I think it's becoming clearer and clearer to many, many people what's been clear to a number of us for a long time, and that is innuendo, insinuation, deception. Those are the means that you use to convince people of your positions. They're not honest, and there's no ability for a council discussion such as this to get to that. So it's just your echo chamber, and I think the fact that if people are looking for information about the positions, the actions, the work of the council, they come to the city website. And so the only people who are going to this are them that know. And so to me, if you are the mayor for all of the citizens of Victoria, then this is an inappropriate way to go about it. And what we do know is, in addition to that you're posting your reports there and your whatever vision and your draft initiatives, we also know that there was a lot of information that was posted out there that had, from two separate individuals, had to be removed at the demand of their attorneys because you were slandering them. And so the purpose of this motion is to eliminate, it's not to keep you from talking to people, it's to keep you from creating liability, more liability for the city. The third person that you slander out there, or maybe already have, may not be so kind as to contact you and ask you to take it down. They may just present this city with a lawsuit. And this, to me, is the purpose of this conversation. So, you want to keep it up, that's fine. I would say that if that's what you want to do, then A, you remove the word mayor from it. B, you take down any photographs that have any resemblance to the city hall or anything that could make it look official. And C, the very first thing that people see when they go to this Facebook page is a disclaimer that says this has zero connection to the city council. This is just one guy's opinion.
Well, I'm not going to do that because as the mayor, I do get to speak for the city. And in fact, I think what we need to do, Mr. Reader, this needs to be put on the city website. Let me see here.
Doug, could the city website host this blog so that it is in the formal and official channel of communications in a way that people, it would be where anybody would go to find it?
I'm not talking about.
You're asking me a technology question. I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer, but I assume the answer is yes.
Well, and legally, sure. I mean, there's plenty of cities that have social media pages, but they then have rules about what can be posted there. They can't block people from participating, obviously, their First Amendment rights to participate in governmental forums. So I guess candidly, I wasn't asked, and so Mayor, cut me off if I'm out of turn, but I guess I didn't think that having the council declare this was going to be controversial. It may sound naive of me to say that, but I presumed that, Mayor, you maintain the Facebook page and before that the web page to express your views on city issues, which you are absolutely entitled to do. You don't give up your First Amendment rights by becoming a city council member, so you have every right to do that. That shouldn't be, I don't think, attributed to the city, and if you do create liability, and I'm not suggesting you've done that, but if you did, I don't know why that would be the city's liability. Just like I don't know if somebody made a data request like Ms. Coons did, the city can't respond to that request. I mean, we don't have access to that data. So I didn't think it was controversial. I assumed your position was, and maybe you're going to tell us what it is, but I assumed your position was that the city is not responsible for your Facebook page. If the city is responsible for that Facebook page, the rules have to change. I mean, it's then the city's page.
I'm gonna come to that. This, what I was referring to was not putting my Facebook page on the city, but I want these emails put out there in which Mr. Crowley and Mr. Striegel both talk about the mayor's right to talk as the elected leader of our community. In fact, I'm gonna read this one from Councilmember Crowley.
Why is this suddenly about me?
Because this whole thing about me being able to speak as the mayor. This was sent.
Again, why is that about me, Mr. Mayor? Because I didn't.
Could you
bring
please
this
stop
issue up.
interrupting
No,
me?
I'm asking you a question. You're bringing something up about me when the discussion, you're deflecting this. This is about you. I didn't bring this subject up.
The email reads, and this was back in 2013, Don, regarding tonight's comments about the mayor column, as the elected leader of our community, underlined and in red ink, the mayor has earned a forum to speak to the citizens of Victoria regarding both facts and his personal opinion. I recommend that the mayor continue with his forum on the city's website and do not wish Don to take his place. With respect to Mr. Pavelko's comment, I quote our current president, the only statement to which I agree, I won the election. The mayor won the election and has earned the right to express his opinion if he desires and the obligation to present facts. He's doing so admirably. Now, you may disagree with what I present, but I believe it is accurate, and I have documents that I can play with that.
I have not said I disagree or agree with you. Mr. Mayor, you're putting words in my mouth, and I do disagree with that. What you're suggesting is, and yes, I did write that, yes, you have a right to speak on behalf of the city. What you don't have a right to do is misrepresent what you're speaking about, and what you don't have a right to do is do this in a way that presents a liability to others.
And I also, you read it, so I appreciate that, but you'll note a point which is exactly what I just said. I recommend, and again, I'm reading your words, Jim, I recommend that the mayor continue with his forum on the city's website. Significant distinction.
Correct. Nonetheless, I can have this personal website, and I can speak as the mayor because I am the elected official. Because I choose to do it this way doesn't mean that I'm not covered by the city. Mr. Gregory, didn't you find something in the League of Minnesota handbook related to this point?
I did. It's right here. The handbook from the Minnesota League of Cities, Chapter 6, page 23, under mayor, it says, as head of the city, the mayor officially speaks for both the government and the community as a whole, period.
Okay.
But one question to you, Mr. Bost. Yep. I was led to believe that as elected officials, anytime we produce a document pertaining to city business, that automatically becomes government data and is official government data. The mayor's stuff on the city's website is official government data. It's public, but it's official government data, and he is speaking as a city, as the mayor of the city. He's not speaking as Tom Funk, citizen of Victoria. He's speaking as Mayor Funk.
What
And
thing-
that is
what
all
things are you
government
referring
documents?
to that everything he says isn't official document, isn't officially documented?
Yeah, so
if
Mayor,
he's
Mayor,
speaking
Mayor and
city
Council,
business,
I really,
it's official
I'm
document.
clearly, I'm got to recall where we've come from here and not be so naive. I didn't intend for this to be this controversial. The point you're making, Councilmember Gregory, is exactly the point I tried to make at the last council meeting. You're exactly right. The League of Minnesota Cities website contains language you just read, and I think there's probably other sentences that you could find in the handbook that suggest that no matter what the forum is, a Facebook page, a website, an email, if an elected official says, I am now speaking as an elected official and I think the following, that becomes government data subject to the Data Practices Act. There is support for that view on the League of Minnesota Cities website. When Ms. Coons made a request for Mayor Funk's Facebook page information, our responsible authority reached out to the Department of Administration and asked that very question and was advised, no, it's not government data. It's his Facebook page. It's not the city's. The city has no responsibility for getting it. So we have, once again, it seems like we have had these kind of questions more than a few times. There is a ambiguity or question about how far the Data Practices Act reaches. All I wanted to do, all I suggested doing at the last meeting was clearing that up. I would suggest that it makes sense. And frankly, Mayor, I absolutely am not trying to single you out. I think it is right that you're the only person on the council right now that has this kind of Facebook page. But if all of you had it, I'd be saying the same thing about all of your Facebook pages. I don't think that anybody's individual Facebook page is the responsibility of the city. And I think that should be the position of the city. And I would take that position with respect to all 5 cities where I'm city attorney. I don't think a city can be responsible for what each of you say on the internet, on Facebook pages, about whatever. And that is bad government, in my view. I think that's more exposure than the city needs to have. And so I thought that that would not be controversial. I didn't think, Mayor, or any of you that have Facebook pages, that when you express your opinions on Facebook, you expect the city to back you up, whatever it is you say. I apparently am wrong about that. Apparently you do expect the city to back you up, and I think that's something that needs to be resolved. But you're absolutely right, Councilmember Gregory. There is language on the League. The League, of course, has no authority to make law, but their website would suggest that when Mayor Funk posts on his Facebook page, that is the City of Victoria's government data. I have no idea how the city is going to get that from the mayor, but you're right. There is language that says that.
So
the Department of Administration, which does have authority to interpret the Data Practices Act, disagrees. They don't think that's correct.
I want your legal opinion. Do you believe that is government data that's on my Facebook page as mayor?
You know, Mayor, as I told you in the email that's in the packet, I have shared the view that we can rely on the Department of Administration. If you want me to go off and research that independent of them, I can do that.
What
I
was-
don't know the answer to that as I sit here now.
What was
I believed prior to the Department of Administration and Ms. Coon's request, I believed that there was a significant risk that your Facebook page could be and would be treated as government data that this city would have to get from you and turn over to a requesting party. I don't know how we would do that, other than a court order, I guess. But that I was concerned about that. Have I researched which I think is the right answer? No, I've not. I think this city can rely on the Department of Administration that has said, we don't have to get your Facebook data and give it to Ms. Coons.
That's not the question, though. The question is this government data, yes or no? What's
Well,
your
it
legal
is the
opinion?
question. That's exactly the same question. If it's government data, we have to get it from you and turn it over.
But there's a difference between government data, whether it's public or private. If the correspondence,
sure.
if I get a text message from Mr. Amundson tonight regarding our discussion tonight, that technically would be government data, but it's between a private citizen, therefore it would be classified as private, not public data.
Right.
So it's still in my possession, it's still government data, and you, it's not in your possession, and you couldn't get access to it because either Mr. Amundson would have to declare that it wanted to be public, or I could declare that it wanted it to be public.
Yeah.
If both of us said we want it private, then the government can't have
Right,
it.
and that classification, you're absolutely right.
But by posting on the website, everybody, it's public.
That exception doesn't apply. Clearly, if the mayor posts and somebody responds, there's no way to argue that that's a private
Exactly.
communication between two.
Right, so it is already public.
Well, that doesn't mean that the city isn't responsible under the Data Practices Act to get data and turn it over. That's the whole point of the exchange we had 15 minutes ago. The city has obligations under the Data Practices Act. The purpose of this resolution is to make clear the city is not going to have to expend its resources getting Facebook data from Mayor Funk. I agree it's public, but that's irrelevant under the Data Practices Act. It doesn't matter that it's publicly available. We still have to get it and turn it over. So that's the point. That sounds silly to say, but that is why I didn't think this was controversial. I really didn't think, Mayor, that you were going to treat your Facebook page as a city page that the city is legally liable for.
What is
yes, you're saying that that's your position?
What's the iPad opinion number related to?
It's not an iPad opinion, as I understand it. It's an email from somebody at iPad or from Department of Administration.
My understanding is iPad doesn't issue opinions like that. They go through and issue an actual opinion number and then post it. You're saying that they gave you an opinion without doing an opinion number?
We got an email from a staff person that works there that says this is what we think is true.
So when did you start talking to iPad about this? Roughly.
I think ever since this current city clerk became city clerk and was responsible for that, she always relies on them to guide her on how to react to data requests.
That's fine. So
Not just with your request, but with a lot of other requests.
no, I get that. So what I'm asking is how long has either Cindy's the responsible authority, right? So how long has the city been asking these questions about either my website and or Facebook page?
Well, I assume about that when we got the data request that we just got.
So all of this, what you're saying is all this transpired in the last few days? Or in the last 30
that
days?
data request came in
November 7th, so
in
3
November.
weeks.
Right, so 3 weeks. This topic had never come up before?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That's what I'm aware of, Mayor. I mean,
If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong here. In the last council meeting, didn't you say that this unequivocally is my personal data, it's not government data?
I can't tell you exactly what I said at the last council meeting. I don't know. I don't know that I said that, but I'd be happy to listen to the tape and see exactly what.
Okay, I listened to it. I wasn't at the meeting, but I listened to it, and I'm virtually certain that you said that this was determined to be personal data and not government data.
If I said that, it was based on what we'd heard from the state.
All right. Well, when I got the data request, what I did is I called my own attorney, who is a experienced, competent city attorney, and in a matter of a very short order of time, I talked with him and some others, and in a matter of about 2 hours, had found out hang on a second, let me get these out, had found out that iPad has issued actually 4 opinions, which I have here. And iPad, for those that don't know what we're talking about, iPad is the Information Policy Analysis Division of the Minnesota Department of Administration. That's a state agency that administers, and as you've heard, issues advisory opinions on the Data Practices Act. They also do something with the open meeting law, too. So after talking with my attorney, there's opinions that they've written, they've issued written opinions that go back. I have copies here to be able to turn over here to the city so that they can look at the same thing that I'm looking at. And I've got just a real brief, these are long, I'm not going to read them. If you please pass those down. So a couple of things. The way that the opinion numbers work is there's a 2-digit up front, which is the last 2 digits of the year. For example, 2018 would start 18, and then there's numbers. The one here is -013. So that means it's the 13th opinion they've issued in year 2018. These opinions go back all the way 10 years to 2008. In this opinion that's 18-013, I'm just going to read the relevant part, and then it references the other 3s. And it's basically, this matter was raised in a data request, and this is kind of a summary, but it's talking about these various iPad opinions. So this matter, similar to what we're dealing with here tonight, was recently raised in a data request filed by the Star and Tribune seeking access to text messages of St. Louis County Commissioner Pete Stauber. In reply to the Star Tribune, the county wrote, quote, with regard to text messengers, Commissioner Strawberry does not have a county-owned mobile device. Therefore, the county is not the custodian of the data. In Data Practices Act, Opinion 18-13, the commissioner opined that, quote, government employees and public officials can create and maintain government data on personal devices and accounts. The commissioner cites several other opinions related to these matters, including Opinion 08-028, which says an audio recording of a school board meeting made by a school superintendent on a personal recorder was government data and accessible to a requester even after the superintendent had retired. Opinion 10-23, email correspondence in the private email account of the mayor of North St. Paul was, quote, government data, unquote, if it related to an issue involving the city of North St. Paul. And Opinion 12-19, text messages and emails involving members of the Duluth Airport Authority and members of a private company sent from and received on personal devices of authority members were, quote, government data, unquote. What these opinions are saying is basically this is government data. And as such, and even on my Facebook page, when I say I'm going to introduce these issues to the next council and we're going to talk about things, I don't think anybody can honestly say that that is not me acting as the mayor when I'm talking about various issues I want to bring to the new council. But what was interesting as part of this discussion is this data request came on. Nobody from the city said anything about my ability to ban. But yet, when I talked to my attorney, he told me, oh, yeah, you can't do that. So for the first time, I heard, oh, I can't ban somebody. So this was the weekend before last. As soon as I heard that, I immediately unbanned them, now knowing what was going on. And my website that I had for a while, I took down because I simply didn't have the time to maintain it. And in talking with him, now realizing for the first time that this is government data, I actually got a hold of the person that hosted it. He actually today sent me a link with the entire website, which I then sent to the responsible authority so the city could have a copy of that website because I took it down long ago, and it's the only way for that data to be seen. Now, it turns out when I unbanned the people, not this weekend, but the prior weekend, I've never used social media before. When I unbanned them, I didn't do it correctly. I didn't realize it at the time. This weekend, I was talking to folks, and they said, no, I can't see these. So I went in after talking with some people that know Facebook better than I. They told me what I needed to do, and as part of that process, I correctly then unbanned, and all of the posts came back up, and people could see them publicly. So everything's public, and now that I know, I clearly won't ban anybody. It was pretty simple. If somebody would have told me that, or if I had known, I never would have done that. Now that I know, and that was a simple conversation with my own attorney saying, hey, you can't do this. So I don't think there's any question IPAD said this is government data. I don't think there's any question that I have the ability to speak as the mayor. I think it's pretty clear that I'm speaking as the mayor and on the posts that are out there. Some people may not like what I post, but from my perspective, if people are only getting their information from the Victoria Gazette, I think that's a very slanted, heavily biased newspaper. And so therefore, I want to be able to reach out directly to residents. I originally banned them because I'm trying to cut out any of that decisive nature. I heard what the residents said. So although I was trying to do the right thing, I couldn't do that. But upon learning that I couldn't, I immediately corrected that. But yet nobody in the city told me that, right? I didn't hear from Mr. Reeder or from Mr. Vos about that. I think my website is pretty clear. There was comments earlier about I have two websites. One is Tom Funk and one is Victoria Residents First. I've already told you that I've never done social media before. I really don't know how to work the interfaces and how you set up pages. So I've got the Victoria Residents First page. I really wanted to find a way, but I literally don't know how to do it, to combine that Tom Funk and Victoria Residents First and put it into one. And if I could find somebody that could tell me how to combine it, I'd be more than happy to combine it and put some sort of disclaimer up there to Mr. Crowley's point, saying, hey, here, right, this is me speaking as the mayor, and I'm representing my opinion. I thought it was pretty clear. I didn't think it was ambiguous at all. But the point here is never throughout this entire process right? Did I know that I couldn't do that? And upon learning that it was government data and I couldn't do it, I immediately did the right thing and took the corrective action. And clearly going forward, won't ban anybody anymore, right? I would hope people realize that some of this decisiveness that I see on there, and that's my opinion, other people may think it's not, I really don't want to give them a forum to do that, because that's not what I'm trying to do on this Facebook page. And I think if you see the vast bulk of my posts, they're nothing about that at all, but they're talking about things going on in the city and things I want the residents to know about. So I think that covers it. If there is information, and by the way, I should probably make one final point. I spent time going through detail in the city's insurance policies, and nowhere in the city insurance policies can I find anything that allows a council to remove me as mayor from our city's insurance policy. But I did find on the common coverage declarations, page 91 in our policy, that it says, and I'm reading this quote, this is under section 2, who is covered. 2, for purposes of coverage A and coverage D, covered party means, and by the way, insurance agreements are written in, it's worse than legalese. The pertinent part here, though, it says, for actions within his duties as such, any present or former member of the city council, or, and that's number 1, number 3, elected or appointed official of the city. There's no question that I'm covered by the city's insurance policy. There's no question this is government data. I don't think there's any question that I'm speaking as the mayor. I don't think there's any way that a resolution like this could go forward. If the council's happy if I put some sort of disclaimer on there, I will work with somebody that can help me understand Facebook. I'll try to combine the two sites to one, and I'll put a disclaimer up there. And I think the way that we evolve this going forward, there's already a bunch of policies that the new council is going to have to look at, staff has put together. We add social media policy to that list, and we come up with guidelines for everybody on the council to follow, so it's fair, and I'd be more than happy to follow those.
So why not just host it on the city website?
Before we go there, it just so happens that there was a piece of email that came to council, I think twice within the last 2 weeks. And it is a seminar and a paid consultant on the legalities of social media and city government. Maybe we need to take a look at that.
So my question is, if rather than torturing all this and having you need to become expert in Facebook, why don't you just...
I would have no problem. This started when I was running for mayor, and that just kind of evolved from there. So if there's a way to pick that up and move it, I'm not opposed to that. But the condition is I don't think anybody should be able to moderate my comments. And if we put a policy in place, I'll follow and comply with that policy. But these are comments as me as an elected official speaking out to the residents of the city, and I think I have the right to do that. I'm going to continue to do that. Tim?
Excuse me, I wasn't done yet. But,
all right. Go ahead, finish, please.
So with respect to all these policies, one of the policies, and we unfortunately were confronted with it day one of your term, which is that you encouraged people to communicate with you via personal email in violation of the city's policy, and it was challenged and discussed on 2 or 3 different occasions, and you continued to assert that you were going to do that. And so my question to you is, who are the city policies, who do they apply to? Do they apply to you?
Policies apply to whoever is.
Yes or no? It's a simple question.
Let me answer the question. Policies typically apply to whoever the audience is, and it's typically stated in the policy. So the answer to your question, if it says this applies to council members' use of social media, yes, of course it would apply to me.
I'm talking about email.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a robust discussion, at which point the city attorney said, I can't legally compel you, but it is the city's policy that all correspondence related to city business go through your city email account, and you refused on at least 3 occasions
Point of order.
comply. And so the point is simply this. what is the point of having a bunch of policies if you get to selectively decide whether they apply to you or not?
That doesn't apply. There's protections of section 13.601 subdivision 2.
That's transparent.
Let me finish. That's the one, Mr. Vols, that specifically says communications between me and a resident, it's up to me and the resident or me and the other party. Either one of us may choose to share that information.
That's not what we're talking about.
Let me finish, please. Anytime somebody asks me to take action for them on in my role as mayor to do something for their neighborhood, those emails are always sent to my city email account, and they are there. And I tell people, I'm going to put this into my city email account because you're asking me to do something as mayor for your behalf. Other comments is me talking to residents, and those by the Data Practices Act are in fact protected. I don't have to disclose those, and neither does the other party unless they so choose. And I don't have a problem if anybody that I communicate with chooses to disclose those emails. I don't have a problem with that.
I didn't ask about disclosure. I asked about the specific communication channel, city email. That's what the city policy says. You're talking to somebody, even if it's a private communication, and I think Councilmember Gregory articulated that very clearly and pretty well, that you don't have to disclose it. That doesn't mean you're absolved from the responsibility under city policy of communicating via your city email account. So I don't understand why, when transparency is so important to you, why you go to such great lengths to only let people into the little bits and corners that you deem appropriate.
Do you think that policy should apply to everybody on the council?
I think it does apply to everyone on the council. That's my whole point.
So what about, how about when my supporters did data requests to the city? It took them 30 days to get data. They were charged, in fact, Larry Gooby was charged or was asked to pay $1,500. Long before I ran for office, I was actually asked by the city to pay $1,500 to get access to data. And specifically the data we were trying to get to was Mr. Hartman acting as his business in communicating with city officials about projects that were going on in the city.
I had no role in that, so this is just really not the point. The question is...
Appeal the chair, can we end this meeting? This serves no purpose that benefits the citizens of Victoria.
Yeah,
I'm
Mayor-
fine. I
Mayor-
think
Mayor
we've covered
Council,
this
just one
topic.
parting legal from the legal department, and then I won't have any report in a minute. So I heard you say, Mayor, that your personal attorney has opined that data you produce in your Facebook page is government data. It's subject to the Data Practices Act. It's subject to everything else as being City of Victoria government data. I don't think that's right, but I have never been asked to opine on that. I'm familiar, actually, as it happens, I'm familiar with the opinions that you handed over to us here a minute ago. I don't think they stand for that proposition. They talk about data being produced on personal devices, not on Facebook accounts, but whatever. This is, it seems like now the inane at the time of the night we're talking about it, but this is not an insignificant issue, and I don't think it just applies to the mayor. I think it may apply to more than just the mayor in the future. I think it makes sense to find an answer to that. I think IPAD should say whether Facebook pages or web pages produced by a mayor or an elected official singularly is government data or not. And I think there's a legitimate question about that. Apparently the mayor's got an opinion about that. I think it would serve the city well to get that opinion, and I don't need to be the one to decide, because I'm sure that would be objectionable, Mayor. I think IPAD, though, should give that answer.
So do you need a motion to direct you to seek that opinion from IPAD, or what's the appropriate way to get that?
We make a request to IPAD, and Mayor, I'm of course anticipating that you'd want your attorney to see the request. That's fine. I don't see a problem with that at all. So, and frankly, he can help me draft it.
I'll make a motion to direct the city attorney to seek an IPAD opinion on the applicability of, Government Data Act to personally hosted Facebook accounts.
I'll second that. Comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, my request on your Facebook page or whatever you're writing anywhere is that you try to refrain from characterizing staff as not adequate or doing the wrong thing. That's what hurts our staff morale more than anything else. I think we can do better in that area.
And I guess my last question then is, what is the responsibility for accuracy of the information and slanderous, defamatory statements that are made?
Mayor and council, let's find out if it's government data or not, and then let's decide what to do about it after we find that out.
Thank you.
I move we adjourn.
Reports.
Reports first.
Mr. Reader?
None.
Mr. Vos?
None.
Council members?
None.
I have one.
Go.
The Steiner Kelting Mental Wellness Facility Advisory Committee had its first meeting November 20th. The next meeting will be the third week of December. The important things we're working on will be the development of an RFP to select the service provider and make input to the selection process. A 2,300 square foot addition to the facility is in the planning stages. The goal is to open the facility in late fall 2019.
Mr. Gregory?
No report?
Mr. Corley? Any report?
No report.
I have no report. I move that we adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.